Chapter 1582. Under the moonlight, Du Xiaofu hugged the woman in his arms. Their red lips were pressed together, tightly hugging her soft body. His hands were moving further. She let him do whatever he wanted, gently melting in his arms. No, this is the back of the mountain. Someone will come. It's okay, I'll set up a seal. You bastard, this will let people know. Don't worry. Who will come to the back of the mountain at night? Boom. A moment later, a light curtain shrouded the back of the Du family. The sky was the cover, and the earth was the mat. Inside the light curtain, it was like a battlefield. The two's movements were clumsy, and their hearts were beating wildly. From the beginning, it was a light sigh. To the end, it was a storm. And, in the midst of the intensity, Yangshuang felt as if she was drawn into a burning flame. It was so hot that she couldn't stop. She suddenly let out a sound. That was the pain of the first time, but it was accompanied by a wonderful feeling. It covered up the pain of the first time, and finally made her immersed in tenderness and be protected by him. Du Xiaofu felt that this should be his first time. The last 2 times happened in the illusion, but did happen. He subconsciously felt familiar because he had experienced it before. This was a wonderful process. It was like a thunderstorm, then a cool autumn day, and finally the two were like a spring in which hundreds of flowers bloomed. They were in perfect harmony and their souls flew away. The moistening was silent, but it made the two's hearts beat wildly. The two became one. Until the end, the two were still entangled with each other, and their bones were also entangled. In the night, at the back of the Du family's mountain, the moon also hid in the clouds. Boom! Suddenly, inside the seal, there was a terrible fluctuation of aura that swept out. There were electric arcs raging, and the aura soared to the sky. What's going on? What happened? I don't know either. Exclamations of 2 people came from within the seal. The 2 of them cried out in surprise. From Du Xiaofu's glabella, there was a bright light with an ancient aura. The yellow light turned into a golden light, and the golden electric arcs raged like the sun. Dazzling light burst out from the seal, making it hard for people to open their eyes. In the next instant, before Du Xiaofu and Yangshuang could react, the resplendent golden lightning arc directly swept into Yangshuang's flat and spotlessly white lower abdomen before disappearing without a trace. What's going on? Du Xiaofu was stunned, and so was Yangshuang. It's that stone. Du Xiaofu was stunned, and the corner of his mouth twitched. That bright light came from the round stone in his Naiwan palace. The strange round stone that had been unshakable and had devoured Du Xiaofu's spiritual thunder, and the power of his nascent spirit had entered Yangshuang's stomach. What stone? What's going on? Yangshuang's mind was restrained. At this moment, she also felt that in her divine watchtower, besides the swan and eye sword, there was also a completely round stone. It was filled with an ancient aura, as if it was a living creature that was devouring the profound energy in her divine watchtower. It's a long story. Du Xiaofu roughly told Yangshuang about the origin of the round stone. He himself did not know what the origin stone was. It seems to be moving. Yangshuang stroked her lower abdomen. She felt that the stone seemed to be moving like a heartbeat. It gave her an indescribable feeling, like a mother's instinct. The 2 of them thought of many methods, but in the end they were unable to move the round and strange stone from Yangshuang's divine watchtower. Helpless, the 2 of them could only give up. The next morning, when the earth had just woken up from the morning dew, the clouds rose. Through the gaps between the layers of green leaves, specks of golden light shone through, reflecting a flickering brilliance. When the seal disappeared, 2 figures with messy hair and disheveled clothes walked out. Du Xiaofu, you bastard. Didn't you say there was no one? Yangshuang walked out of the seal and looked at the densely packed familiar figures at the back of the mountain. Her cheeks immediately flushed red, and she hurriedly fled. What are you looking at? We were just studying the stone. Du Xiaofu looked at the surrounding crowd. With a shake of his long sleeves, he stood with his hands behind his back and walked away. At this moment, in the back mountain of the Du family, Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Qiu Li, Grand Elder Gongdao, Li Shui, and a few old kings, especially the South Protecting King, were all there. They all looked at each other and watched as one fled and the other pretended to be calm and left. Okay, there's nothing else. Disperse. Du Jinwu came back to his senses and waved his hand to dismiss everyone. Haha, Jinnan Wang, congratulations. Congratulations, Jinnan Wang. The surrounding people came back to their senses and immediately cupped their fists to congratulate Jinnan Wang with smiles on their faces. It's still too early to say. Too early! Jinnan Wang cupped his fists in return. His mouth was graceful, but his old face was full of smiles. Old Master Ouyang, let's talk. Du Jinwu invited Jinnan Wang with a smile. Okay, let's talk. Jinnan Wang's face was full of smiles, as if there was a happy occasion. Brother, why are you and Sister Shuang studying the stone? Du Xiaoqing was puzzled. Stupid. Du Xiaoyao glanced at Du Xiaoqing with unfathomable eyes and revealed an evil smile. I'm afraid you'll have another sister-in-law. At noon, people from the Ancient Heavens sect came to the Du family. Sima Taxing Star and Elder Gu Qingyang came to ask about legalism and also to denounce Du Jinnan. This kid had never told them about the nirvana of a Grand Supreme. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to apologize and tell his senior brother that he had met Sima Muhan in the legalism. As for other things, he didn't say much, lest his master Gu Qingyang worry. Xiaofu, we should go back to the clan. I have a feeling that the space of the divine domain might open soon. Come back with me and spend some time in the secret realm to prepare for entering the space of the divine domain. I'll also feel more at ease in the clan. At dusk, the old lady said to Du Xiaofu. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded. He also hoped to be prepared before entering the space of the divine domain. Kid, you have to be careful and pay attention to your safety. Du Jinwu said to Du Xiaofu outside the gate of the Du family in the afterglow of the setting sun. Uncle, don't worry. I won't be in danger when I go to the golden-winged Peng clan. Du Xiaofu said, be careful in the space of the divine domain. Du Jinwu was nervous. He was worried about the space of the divine domain. He had also heard of the terrifying dangers there. Uncle, don't worry. I'm looking forward to it. No one will be able to do anything to me. When the time comes, I'll find more opportunities for our Du family's descendants. Du Xiaofu said with a smile, in the space of the divine domain, everyone's cultivation would be suppressed to the initial stage of the domain realm. Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid and was confident. However, he was still a little concerned about the dangers in the space of the divine domain. When the time came, he would definitely be more vigilant. Du Xiaofu wasn't too worried when he placed Qiu Li in Stone City to guard the desolate nation. There was also the array in the desolate nation's imperial palace. Other than the 9 great clans, the desolate nation wasn't afraid of any other forces. With the deterrence of the golden-winged Peng clan and the ferocious attacks of Fu Yibai and Ouyang Shuang's master, even the legalism wouldn't dare to easily invade. Whoosh, whoosh! In the end, Du Xiaofu and the old lady left. However, there were many people accompanying them this time. Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, Zhen Qingchen, Master Apothecary, Yiwuming, Little Tiger Du, Blue Fantasy, Scarlet Rock, Tianwu Academy, the 7-Star Hall, and many of the younger generation of the Du family were present. However, after everyone was brought into the space of the ancient desolate nation, Du Xiaofu wanted to bring everyone into the golden-winged Peng clan to comprehend after receiving the old lady's permission. They might be able to obtain some benefits and make some preparations for entering the space of the divine domain. With the old lady's speed, Du Xiaofu soon arrived at the golden-winged Peng clan's residence. So this is the golden-winged Peng clan's residence, Zhan Qingchen, Master Apothecary, and the rest of the golden-winged Peng clan's residents exclaimed in surprise. In the entire world, there were only a few who were fortunate enough to enter the golden-winged Peng clan's residence. This was a supreme demonic beast clan, and they were fortunate enough to enter. You guys can walk around. Just be careful. Du Xiaofu instructed everyone. Understood. Zhan Qingchen, Master Apothecary, Yi Wuming, and the rest were very excited. There are so many spiritual herbs. Du Xiaoqing looked ahead. The first thing she noticed was the spiritual herbs. Don't be greedy. Don't waste the spiritual herbs. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but warn Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao. Nothing good would come out of these two fellows being together. He couldn't let them waste the clan's spiritual herbs. After a while, Du Xiaofu saw his foster father, Jialo Changtian. Our golden-winged Peng clan has declared war on legalism. We won't let this matter rest. Jialo Changtian already knew everything. On his golden robe, the golden-winged Peng clan's pattern was like a living creature, releasing pressure. His voice was majestic and his eyes were cold. Thank you, foster father, but I'll deal with legalism on my own. Du Xiaofu said. Although the golden-winged great rocks had declared war on the school of legalism because of his status in the race, they were standing up for him, which made Du Xiaofu feel warm inside. I know what you're thinking. Jialo Changtian nodded and said, among your peers, you're not afraid of legalism, but those shameless people of legalism will send the older generation to deal with you. If you want to deal with them on your own, you'll have to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. The divine domain will be your opportunity. There are countless opportunities there. With your talent, you'll definitely have a chance. I'll work hard, Du Xiaofu said. It's said that the divine domain will open soon. There should still be some time. The clan has decided to let you, Kailing, and Juyu enter the space of the golden-winged Peng clan to comprehend for a period of time. Originally, we wanted to give you some treasures, but the divine domain will open soon. We'll give them to you after you come out. Jialo Changtian spoke. Although he was no longer young, the contours of his face were enough to tell that he must have been extraordinarily handsome when he was young. The aura exuding from his body was faintly discernible and ethereal, causing Du Xiaofu to secretly feel that he was at least more tyrannical than the third elder. Chapter 1583. It was rumored that the True Rock space was left behind by the True Rock. It was filled with mysteries and contained the supreme beast energy of the Golden Rock. It was related to the True Rock. However, the True Rock space was special and had limited energy. Every time someone entered, a portion of the space's energy would be consumed. Over the years, the Golden Rock clan had consumed countless resources, but they couldn't maintain it for long. Therefore, they could only choose a time to open it. Every time, only the strongest one or two members of the Golden Rock clan could enter to comprehend it. Screech! Inside the True Rock space, the sky was filled with golden light. It was vast and boundless, and golden runes covered the space. The cries of the great rock could be heard. The cries of the great rock could shake one's primordial spirit, as if they contained the great Tao. When Du Xiaofu, Jialo Kailing, and Jialo Juyu appeared, they heard the cries of the True Rock in the space, and their blood boiled. This is the True Rock space. Our ancestor, True Rock, passed away and ascended here. If we can comprehend it, it will help us improve. Jialo Kailing's eyes were filled with golden light. This was left behind by her ancestor, and it was very beneficial to the younger generation. Du Xiaofu looked around. The golden runes were dazzling, and the entire space was filled with an ancient and domineering aura. Screech! In a daze in the vast space, there was a huge rock that covered half the sky. It spread its wings, emitting golden light, and moved freely in the sky. The golden runes fell like a rain of light, and they lingered around the three of them. It was as if they could baptize their bodies. This is the True Rock profound, the supreme beast energy of our clan. It was comprehended by our ancestor. It is a great opportunity. Jialo Jueyu didn't say much. He sat down cross-legged, not far away, and began to comprehend. Comprehend it yourself. Jialo Kaling patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder. She flew out and found a place to comprehend it. Du Xiaofu found a place and sat down cross-legged to comprehend the mysterious runes on the talismans. Golden talisman markings flickered all over the sky. At this moment, as Du Xiaofu's mind was immersed in comprehending them, it seemed as if all living beings had gained intelligence, and they moved according to their will. There was a dazzling golden light fluctuation, and the golden light flowed while carrying a peerlessly overbearing ancient and fierce aura. Gee! The golden talisman markings transformed into the image of an enormous golden-winged rock, and its cries pierced through the clouds while its ferocious might spread out, causing one's heart to tremble with fear. So strong! Du Xiaofu was shocked. At this moment, the blood in his body began to boil as if it had been summoned. This was left behind by the ancestors of the golden-winged great rocks. It was extremely beneficial to the descendants of the golden-winged great rocks. Du Xiaofu cultivated the path of the golden-winged great peng bird. His body had mutated and was not much different from a real golden-winged great peng bird. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel the benefits of this true peng bird space for the golden-winged great peng bird. The terrifying golden-winged great peng bird's shadow circled around Du Xiaofu's body. It rose into the air and flapped its wings, releasing an oppressive aura. The dazzling golden light was like the sun, dazzling and resplendent. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with a dazzling golden light. The resplendent golden talisman markings transformed into countless mysterious runes that spread out in his eyes. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt a little dizzy. Then he felt as if he was in an ancient world that transcended time and space. There was a peerless great peng bird that was emitting golden light. It was as if it was above the heavens, turning into a golden vortex that suppressed all beasts and birds. The golden-winged great peng bird spread its wings and soared into the sky, capable of shooting down the stars. Golden light overflowed everywhere, as if countless golden lightning bolts were flashing. It looked down on the world, blotting out the sky and suppressing all life on the earth. This is the power of the great peng bird. It was left behind by the ancestor of the great peng bird. It has great benefits. Du Xiaofu was shocked. If he could comprehend something, he would gain great benefits. Then, Du Xiaofu immersed himself in comprehension. The golden talisman markings around him arranged themselves and evolved. Gradually, they seemed to merge with Du Xiaofu's body, growing and multiplying endlessly. His mind was immersed in comprehension, feeling the changes in the golden talisman markings, feeling the space left behind by the great peng bird. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt as if he had traveled through time and space and was dancing with the terrifying great peng. He watched as the great peng bird soared 90,000 miles into the sky, suppressing all life on Earth. Chi, 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 chi! The great peng bird's claws could tear apart the heavens. The great peng bird could shoot down the stars with a flap of its wings. Everything was incomparably domineering and shocking. Gee! In the space, the golden talisman markings changed and emitted a screeching sound from time to time, shaking the soul. Du Xiaofu was completely immersed in this domineering space, left behind by the great peng bird. He entered a state of comprehension and was completely immersed in it. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was exploring the supreme beast power of the great peng bird. He was exploring the many mysteries of the great peng bird. In terms of comprehension, Du Xiaofu had always been talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the mysterious origin of the tyrannical fist Tao from the ancient stone tablet. In this vast space of the great peng bird, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Dense golden talisman markings began to appear on the surface of his body. He didn't know when it started, but the golden talisman markings turned into a phantom of the great Pung bird behind him. At this moment, the golden talisman markings in the void seemed to be affected by something. They connected with the phantom of the great Pung bird behind Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaofu's body. Even Du Xiaofu didn't expect this strange scene to occur. The spot on Du Xiaofu's back where the great Pung bird's wings had been pulled out had already recovered. There wasn't even a trace left behind. However, at this moment, a golden light began to emit from Du Xiaofu's back. The spot where the great Pung bird's wings had been pulled out was filled with blood essence and boiling. His bones were suffused with radiance. It was as if something was growing and germinating. Time slowly passed. Zhan Qingchen, the master apothecary, the Du family's disciples, the Seven-Star Hall's disciples, and the Tianwu Academy's disciples all entered the secret area of the great Pung bird's territory to attempt to comprehend the supreme beast power. As time passed, the world was silent. There was an inexplicable aura that suppressed the entire world. Boom! On a certain day, a thunderous roar resounded from the 9 heavens. It resounded throughout the beast region. The 4 seas, the demon region, and Kyushu, the thunderous roar lasted for a long time. It was as if it was accompanied by the great Tao. It could be heard clearly by the billions of living beings in the world, shaking their souls. Somewhere in the world, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant. An ancient aura pervaded the air. Is it finally opening? This should be the last time. In an ancient cave, a young man in green clothes walked out. He had a peerless demeanor and a pair of vast eyes. As he walked out, the cave's rocks and flowers bloomed. It was full of vitality and lush greenery. In the boundless world, a vast river spanned across. The river water was strange. It was like ink and filled with an aura of the underworld. It seemed to overflow from the underworld. Just the aura that emanated from this terrifying and strange river was enough to make one's soul tremble and tremble. Swish! Suddenly, the vast river water rippled with strange black runes. A black-clothed young man walked out of the divine river. His eyes were looking at the sky as if they contained the underworld. It was enough to make one's hair stand on end and their soul scatter. After waiting for so long, it's finally opening. As soon as the black-clothed young man finished speaking, he stepped out of the space and disappeared in an instant. The vast glacier was majestic and magnificent. It merged with the world and stretched as far as the eye could see. In the depths of the glacier, the cold energy was so cold that it could freeze one's soul. High up in the sky, clouds and mist lingered. There was a 1,000-meter-tall, icy waterfall. Towering icebergs towered into the clouds. This glacier was shocking. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire glacier trembled. A huge avalanche swept through the world and submerged everything. In the vast icebergs, a huge palace appeared. It was as if it had been buried under the glacier for countless years and had awakened at this moment. The strange palace was ancient. It was completely cast from ice and filled with runes. It was sparkling and translucent, as if it was the purest existence in the world. Below the huge ice palace, there were ice stairs and beautiful arches. Ice ravines crisscrossed the landscape. It was breathtakingly beautiful. A white-clothed young man walked out. He was too beautiful. He was like ice and snow. His skin was like jade. His eyes were black and white. His gaze was clear and extraordinary. Behind the white-clothed young man, there were 8 white-clothed women. They all looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. Each one of them was incomparably beautiful and graceful. The space of the divine domain, I have waited for many years. The white-clothed young man looked at the sky. His clear eyes were fluctuating with light. In the endless hot lava, a young man in fiery armor walked out. His eyes were like 2 volcanoes that could burn and destroy everything. The space of the divine domain is about to open. I have waited for this day for a long time. When the time comes, how many of you will still remember me? Fire Cloud, Evil, God, Dugafenshin. thunder resounded through the 9 heavens, shaking all living beings in the world. At this moment, countless living beings were alarmed. Countless geniuses hidden in the world were activated. Even supreme beings were born. They were all waiting for that day, the day when the space of the divine domain would open for the last time. They had prepared for a long time for this day and had waited for many years. Chapter 1584. When the sound of thunder resounded, there was a vast and boundless plain somewhere in the world. It was as vast as the Milky Way, as if it had reached the end of the world. On the vast and boundless plains, there was a faint and cold silence. From afar, there was a huge circle on the plain. The center of the circle was divided into 2, forming a faintly discernible diagram of yin and yang. This was a pure land that didn't belong to the mortal world. No living creature could set foot in it. A huge ancient palace appeared in the air. It floated in the air like a miracle. It's the last time. A sigh came from within the palace. Outside the ancient palace, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He wore a plain robe, but it couldn't conceal his ethereal temperament. The middle-aged man seemed to be the ruler of this world. His eyes silently looked down at the vast plains below as he murmured, "I wonder if this world will be completely reduced to a demonic domain in the last time it opens, or if it will transcend." The sound of thunder resounded. All of Kyushu, the demon realm, the beast region, the 4 seas, and Wudong Mountain shook. A few days later, the second thunderclap resounded, reverberating through the 9 heavens. Then, in half a month, the 7th thunderclap resounded. Mountain peaks stretched into the clouds. They were verdant and covered in exquisite carvings of ancient buildings. Clouds curled around the mountain peaks. In an exquisite courtyard, a beautiful figure stood in a room. She wore a green dress and had a lithe figure. Her ink-black hair fell to her perky buttocks. Her exquisite face seemed otherworldly. There was an old man in front of the beautiful figure. He was clearly under a restriction. He looked at the beautiful woman with shock in his eyes. "Xiaojing, I'm your elder. What do you want?" This old man was none other than the Han family elder who had been passing messages to Du Xiaofu about legalism. In the end, he tricked Du Xiaofu into going to the main hall to suppress him. "You are hiding something from me. I can feel it. Since you don't want to tell me about the bet, I can only find out myself. Granduncle, Xiaojing has offended you." The woman spoke. She was Du Xiaojing, and her eyes shone with a moving light. After that, a rune appeared between her brows, and a palm imprint condensed. In the end, it transformed into a palm imprint that gently pressed against the old man's forehead. A moment later, under the shock in his eyes, the old man let out a scream. His face twitched, but his voice couldn't travel out of the courtyard because it was blocked by the seal. A moment later, Du Xiaojing lowered her hand from the old man's forehead. Her eyes were red, and her delicate body trembled. "Ha!" Du Xiaojing smiled. Tears flowed from her beautiful face as she clenched her fists. Her fingertips dug into her palms, and blood flowed out. While searching with her primordial spirit, she learned everything. Her older brother came to the clan, but in the end his wings were pulled out and his blood was drawn out. Her mother shed tears of blood. No wonder she was in seclusion and felt uneasy. Her heart was broken because of this. "Xiaojing, the clan is doing this for your own good. You are a natural-born supreme, a natural-born holy sovereign. You can become the most powerful existence in this world. His existence will only affect you. The clan has done everything to nurture you and treated you well. Even if we let that brat down, everything is for your own good," the old man spoke. His face was pale. He was not Du Xiaojing's opponent at all. After being imprisoned and having his primordial spirit searched, he knew that he could no longer hide anything. "But he is my older brother. He is my closest relative." Du Xiaojing smiled. Her heart ached as she stared at the old man. "Xiaojing, the divine domain is about to open. You are the hope of legalism. Your mother is still in the clan. You have to think clearly. You have been in the legalism all these years. Everyone treats you as a member of the legalism. In the future, the legalism will also be yours. Looking at Du Xiaojing's smile, the old man felt a little scared for no reason. He had never seen her smile so terrifyingly. It was as if he had never expected that Du Xiaojing would suddenly attack him today and imprison him with lightning speed. Du Xiaojing was in a daze and tears flowed. Breaking my bones and digging out my heart, pulling out my wings and drawing out my blood, imprisoning me and my daughter. The school of legalism really does feel sorry for me and my family. Do you really think I've had a good temper all these years? Well, later. Du Xiaojing stared at the old man coldly. Xiaojing, don't do anything wrong. Your withering heart disease was treated by the school of legalism at a great cost. Your current achievements were nurtured by the school of legalism with countless resources. Your mother is still in the school of legalism. One wrong step and you will lose everything, the old man said with a hint of warning. His eyes flickered, and the gaze in his beautiful eyes made him shiver. You are right. My mother is still in the legalism. I am the hope of legalism. Don't worry, I will let you have your way. Du Xiaojing spoke. The coldness in his eyes disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. His smile was so beautiful that it could topple cities. Boom! The eighth thunderous sound came from the 9 heavens, reverberating in the void. Bang! Between heaven and earth, a volcano erupted, causing a violent explosion. At the same time, a large amount of molten gas was spewed out. Rumble! Rolling volcanic ash rushed into the clouds, and the surging hot lava poured down on heaven and earth, destroying everything. A middle-aged man walked out of the magma that filled the sky. The rolling magma around him automatically parted, as though a sovereign of fire had descended upon this world on a wave of fire. The day of the opening of the divine domain is finally here. The man spoke, gazing into the sky. His eyes were flowing with light, as if they were flowing with lava. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. Second uncle. A young man walked over. He was Zhang Wenzheng, who was defeated by Du Xiaofu in the legalism. He looked at the man in the sky and said, Han Aodong's son has appeared. He has returned to the legalism. Han Aodong, Du Tingxian. Hearing this, the man's eyes rippled, like the ripples of a magma flow. In the space of the true rock, Du Xiaofu's body merged with the golden-winged rock's shadow behind him. In the eyes of the terrifying golden-winged rock's shadow, 2 bolts of golden lightning shot out. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was completely immersed in the comprehension of the true rock's beastability. He was exploring the supreme beastability of the golden-winged rock and the many mysteries of the true rock. His eyes were closed, and dense golden runes began to seep out of his body. These golden runes were connected to the space of the true rock and merged with each other, releasing a golden light. In the end, they merged with the golden runes in Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! At this moment, the entire space of the true rock shook violently, as if something terrible had happened. Walala! On Du Xiaofu's back, where the broken wing was, the blood became hotter and hotter, and the golden light became more and more dazzling. His bones were burning and itching, as if something had sprouted and was about to be reborn. Gee! The golden-winged rock's shadow that Du Xiaofu had merged with was like the sound of wind and thunder. It flapped its wings in this vast void, as if it was soaring into the sky. It could suppress the ancient times and suppress all living things. This guy has actually comprehended to this extent. Not far away, Jialo Juyu and Jialo Kaling were wrapped in a golden light. At this moment they were awakened. Under that terrifying might, Jialo Juyu and Jialo Kaling could only retreat. They looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. They could see that the guy's comprehension was already above theirs. It was as if that guy was the true rock and they were not. He has already reached the realm of the true rock. He has benefited a lot from this. Jialo Kaling sighed. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. In the space of the divine domain, Everything depends on one's physical body and comprehension. The power of treasures will also be suppressed. The greater his comprehension progress, the stronger the effect will be in the space of the divine domain. At that time, he will be even more invincible. Jialo Juyu had a slight smile on his face as he said, "The physical body and supreme beast abilities of the golden-winged great rocks will be fully displayed in the divine territory. It will be enough to make the trembling millet submit to us. In the space of the divine domain, don't be polite if you see people who believe in legalism. Kill them all." Jialo Kaling's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. Huff! When everything finally converged and the golden light faded, Du Xiaofu stretched his body. His joints crackled, and a mouthful of turbid air gushed out from his throat. His whole body was filled with an indescribable, carefree feeling. Du Xiaofu looked inside himself and found that the bones on his back were changing. There was blood essence condensing and not dissipating, as if it was nurturing something mysterious. It was extremely mysterious, but it had yet to be revealed. "We should go out. The clan has already informed us that the space of the divine domain is about to open." Jialo Kaling stepped forward and said to Du Xiaofu, "The space of the divine domain. I have been waiting for it for a long time." Du Xiaofu stood up. His resolute face was clear, and his eyes were shining with golden light. It was intimidating. Chapter 1585. The divine domain will open in a day or two. The clan has received news that many hidden geniuses have come out. The 9 great clans also have hidden experts coming out of seclusion. Some of the great clans of the demon world and the beast realm have also sent out their outstanding juniors. There's no lack of supreme geniuses. They're all formidable opponents. "Be careful," Jialo Changtian said to Jialo Kaling, Du Xiaofu, and Jialo Juyu in a magnificent hall. "I'm looking forward to the battle." Jialo Juyu's eyes shone with golden light. He was completely fearless, waiting for the battle to start. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. It wasn't strange for the 9 great clans to have hidden experts of the younger generation. Just like in the legalism, his sister Xiaojing didn't appear back then. Presumably, the situation within the great clans was similar. The strongest juniors were all hiding in order to shock everyone in the divine domain and obtain more opportunities. With the arrival of the Great Tribulation, there's bound to be monstrous geniuses. When the divine domain opens for the last time, many ancient powers have been waiting for this day. They've been planning for this for a long time. When the time comes, there will definitely be supreme geniuses and supreme geniuses. It'll definitely be a fierce battle. With your strength, you should be among the top, but you still have to be careful. In this world, apart from the 9 great clans, the dragons, and the phoenixes, there are also many hidden ancient powers. They're all related to the Great Tribulation. In addition, it's rumored that the divine domain is filled with countless dangers. Although you have life-saving talismans, if you lose that opportunity, it'll be a great loss. If you force your way in, you'll face true danger. Jialo Changtian reminded the 3 of them, telling them not to be careless. The divine domain would be the stage of the younger generation. Only the last one would have the chance to obtain the greatest opportunity. Then, the 3 of them left the hall and returned to their own courtyard. Du Xiaofu didn't see Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, and the others. He guessed that they were cultivating in the golden-winged Peng clan. In the depths of the Tianhuang continent, after the battle for the Jinlei Tensei cave was over, the place returned to silence. Chi-la-la, that night the stars were bright and the moon was dim. Lightning radiance rushed out, radiance rushed into the heavens, illuminating the void and illuminating the night sky. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion rang out in the void. Rumble! The earth quaked and the mountains shook as if a peerless beast was awakening. Countless dazzling electric arcs rushed out from the depths of the earth. In a short period of time, the night sky was filled with lightning and thunder. Endless lightning rushed out as if doomsday had arrived. Then, in the depths of the earth, spatial ripples rippled out. The ground cracked and fissured, revealing a ravine. Endless light shone, and waves of thunder rumbled. The aura seemed to have returned to the ancient times. Within the endless lightning radiance in the void, an enormous gate appeared. An ancient building occupied this place, rippling with lightning radiance. Mysterious symbols flickered, as if it came from the ancient times, crossing through time and space to arrive. A middle-aged man walked out. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his long robes fluttered in the wind. His entire body was wrapped in lightning, as if he had walked out from the ancient times. It was extremely shocking, as if an ancient god had descended. Whoosh, whoosh! Behind the middle-aged man was an old man, and behind him were 8 figures. They flew out from Master Pang's school. New master! The space of the divine plane is about to open. The old man bowed and stood quietly behind the middle-aged man. Old Lay, I have to go back first to see my son and my family. The middle-aged man spoke. His hair fluttered slightly, and his resolute face, long eyebrows slanted to his temples, and thick long eyelashes softened the originally firm and powerful outline of his face. He was handsome and heroic. Whoosh, whoosh! One by one, the figures disappeared on the spot, breaking through the void and tearing the space apart. Every one of them had the cultivation and strength of a top expert in the world. Boom! A moment later, the aura in the ancient space was shocking. Waves of terrifying aura fluctuations rushed out, shaking the space. Roar! Dragon roars and tiger roars could be heard, and the runes were dazzling, shining brightly. Many figures appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. They were Yi Piaoling, Qin Guyu, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman General, Gu Xinyan, Gu Che, Silver-Winged Demonic Eagle, Gu Qin Demon, Dong Li Diao, Lin Weiqi, and the others. There were more than 20 people in total, and they had fused with treasures. Yi Piaoling's body was covered with a coiling dragon war god armor, and the dragon roared continuously. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of wind and thunder could be heard in front of Chinguyu, causing the void to tremble. A dazzling war spear appeared in his hand, and it was incomparably majestic, flowing with multicolored light. This was the barbarian war spear, and it had been refined by Chinguyu. Roar! The dragon roared, and the bird cried, and the sound shook the void. A dazzling whip wrapped around the shadow of a dragon, and a phoenix covered the sky, wrapping around Du Xiaoman's body. Its power was terrifying. This was the dragon shadow and phoenix whip, and it had been refined by Du Xiaoman. Roar! Du Yunlong's cloud robe fluttered in the wind, and the image of a dragon circled around his body. This was the heavenly dragon cover, which Du Yunlong had refined to protect himself. Boom! The void trembled as a palm-sized mountain appeared in the general's hand. It exuded a majestic aura and was surrounded by multicolored light. It was capable of suppressing and crushing everything in its path. This was the Taihang Mountains, which had been refined by the general. His aura was so strong that it could suppress the mountains and rivers, and even suppress everything around it. Rumble! The entire desolate ancient space began to boil. Everyone activated their great treasures. Their might was awe-inspiring. Symbols rushed into the heavens, and the power that filled the air made one's heart palpitate. It had already been a long time since they had entered the desolate ancient space. Everyone had refined the precious treasures, and their cultivation base had also improved a lot. These people were already very strong. Many of them could even compete with their peers from the 8 great families. Now that they had such precious treasures with them, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the divine domain. For example, Yi Piaoling and Chinguyu, second brother Du Yunlong, Dong Li Diao, and the general. Du Xiaofu was not worried at all. These people had been refined by the divine thunder body, and their martial veins had been strengthened by the saint body art. Once they entered the divine domain, they would be able to protect themselves. As for the ghost chariot, Phantom Tiger King, silver-winged demonic condor, and the others, Du Xiaofu was even less worried. Du Xiaofu looked at everyone with a smile on his face. Rumble, a moment later, inside the purple lightning profound cauldron. The sky was filled with raging lightning. Thick bolts of purple lightning gathered into a thunderbolt and continuously fell from the void. It was domineering and destructive, capable of destroying everything. Screech! In the thunderbolt, a rock screeched and golden light shone. A mighty and domineering aura swept out, and a terrifying aura swept out. A small figure appeared in the thunderbolt, bathed in the purple lightning. A pair of golden rock wings spread out behind his back, and golden feathers stacked on top of each other. His appearance was fierce and domineering. Mysterious runes wrapped around him, and golden light shone in all directions. It was as if there was a golden-winged rock shadow flapping its wings, soaring up into the sky with great power. The small figure appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old. Perhaps not yet. Snot was still hanging from its nose, but it soared into the sky in the face of the rolling lightning. It flapped its wings and soared through the lightning, as if it was bathing in a sea of lightning. Its entire body was wrapped in purple lightning talismans and mysterious runes, and it was actually devouring the purple-gold lightning energy. At this moment, if someone saw a baby being so domineering and brave, what would they think? Du Xiaofu appeared near the thunderbolt, looking at the scene in front of him with a smile. In the ancient space on a mountain peak, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl had a pair of eyes that were very different from those of her age. There was a demonic look in her eyes. "Dad, Mom, when the space of the divine plane opens, you should be going too, right?" A tender voice rang out. The little girl's red dress was surrounded by patterns of stars. On her chubby face, there was a faint golden light in the depths of her bewitching eyes. She exuded a domineering aura. Her blue-black hair was tied into a ponytail behind her small head. There was a vertical rune mark at the center of her brows, making her look noble and demonic. In the ancient space, the aura was blazing hot, and the energy of heaven and earth was abundant. A graceful figure stood on a towering tree. Her body was languid, and she was beautiful. However, her aura made the surrounding void freeze. She murmured softly, "The space of the divine plane, little Xingxing should be entering. And that guy seems to be in a lot of trouble recently. Too crazy, this little guy is really domineering. He's not just domineering, he's defying the heavens. This abnormal kid. I'm afraid that when the temple master was his age, he would not be so terrifying." "I guess so. When the temple master was his age, he was definitely not so abnormal." Chapter 1586. Discussions broke out all around. Their eyes were filled with shock, and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Rumble! At this moment, on the plaza, there was a baby with golden pung wings spread out from his back. Golden light shone resplendently and wrapped in arcs of electricity as he fought a great battle against a pure-blooded, golden-winged pung youth. The milk baby seemed to be hooting, but he was like an overlord. He hugged the young, golden-winged rock and threw him into the square, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to shake. People couldn't help but be shocked. Although the strength of the milk baby was not at a terrifying level, the visual impact was unparalleled. How did this kid cultivate? Jialo Jueo, Jialo Juekong, Jialo Kaling, and the others were also at the side. Their expressions were bitter. Seeing the pure-blooded young of the golden-winged great pung race being ravaged like this, their mood was not much better. However, all the disciples of the golden-winged rock clan were only shocked. The whole clan knew that the baby was the disciple of Jialo Juyu and the nephew of the young clan leader. There was no difference between him and the disciples of the golden-winged rock clan. After all, they were all part of the same family. This baby is not bad. Jialo Kaling looked at Jialo Juyu in shock. She was shocked for Du Xiaoba. Of course he is my disciple. Jialo Juyu was not polite at all. It was as if everything was natural. This was his disciple, so he should be invincible. The stone city was vast and majestic. The imperial palace was majestic and imposing. These were all built by Xiaofu. In these years, he led our Du clan to rise and protected the stone city. He was not killed by legalism. His heart was dug out and his wings were pulled out. He became a king when he was young and established a country. He is now the young clan leader of the Golden Winged Rock clan, the headmaster of the Hahuan School, the young lord of the Seven-Star Hall, and the Heavenly Beast Hall of the World Society. Above the imperial palace, the imperial qi fluctuated and golden. Du Jinwu looked at the handsome middle-aged man beside him and said, "Third brother, you have a good son." "Of course my son isn't bad. I've always known that he has my genes." The middle-aged man opened his mouth. His body was as straight as a spear, straight and sharp. When his calm voice sounded, his eyes gradually sharpened. Lightning began to fluctuate as he said, "Legalism should not have repeatedly touched my son. Legalism is powerful, and its experts are as numerous as the clouds. But I believe that it won't be long before Xiaofu can lead our Du family and the desolate country to confront legalism." Du Jinwu said, "Legalism is strong, but I'm not the same as before. My son was bullied, and I didn't stand up for him. If word got out, I would lose face." The middle-aged man said as lightning flashed in his sharp black eyes. Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, shaking the 9 heavens. "It's the 9th one. Is the legendary divine domain about to open?" Du Jinwu gazed into the sky. He was no longer the same as before, knowing many things. He was no longer the lord of a small clan. Rumble! When Du Jinwu's voice fell, heaven and earth rumbled. Vast winds and thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens. An aura spread out, as if crossing through time and space, turning the universe upside down. At that moment, millions of creatures in the world were alarmed and looked up at the sky. The divine domain is finally opening. At that moment, above Kyushu in the Yao realm, the Beast region, the 4 seas, Wudong Mountain, and other places, old figures appeared in the void. They looked up at the 9 heavens, their eyes shining with excitement. Today was the last day the divine domain would open. Thunder rumbled 9 times. This was the 9th time the divine domain would open. Today was a big day for all living things. Rumble! Above the firmament of the 9 heavens, there was a burst of light like a blooming lotus. From high up in the sky, there was light from the 9 heavens that poured down. The light seemed to extend from the depths of the heavens. A rain of light poured down, covering the sky. It was dazzling, dreamlike, and dazzling. This scene was too shocking. A total of 33 brilliant paths stretched out from the heavens, filling the world with an ancient aura. It was like the beginning of the primordial chaos. It was misty. Deep within the light, the many old figures in the world narrowed their eyes. Their hearts were filled with reverence. Some people sincerely prostrated themselves in worship. The divine domain has opened. There are a total of 33 entrances. Kyushu's 3 continents and 1 realm. There are a total of 14 entrances. The 9 clans each have 1. The 4 seas and Wudong Mountain each have 1. There are 5 main paths. There are also 8 auxiliary paths that lead to the lost continents of the world. They are there to receive the geniuses of the world and participate in this grand occasion. Within the golden-winged great rocks, the old woman looked up at the sky. A brilliant path descended, as if it had descended upon the golden-winged great rocks. In reality, it was quite far away. The entire beast region could see it. The old woman continued, "That is the entrance path. It is also a path of examination. Those who are not qualified to enter the divine domain cannot enter. They will be ostracized. If they try to force their way in, they will be killed. There are opportunities and dangers inside. Go. I hope you return victorious and strengthen the golden-winged great rocks." Rumble! In an instant, figures soared into the sky from within the golden-winged great rocks. They left the clan to enter the divine domain. A figure silently appeared in the sky. He looked to be 25 or 26 years old. He wore a purple battle robe. Although there were some patches, it was clean. His long black hair draped over his shoulders. His face was resolute and handsome. "Grandmother, godfather, I'm going." His clear eyes glowed with a faint golden light. He turned to the old woman and Jialo Changtian. Then he soared into the sky. In Shang province, a brilliant path descended. It was a path of guidance. It descended from the depths of the heavens. It was astonishingly brilliant and stretched across time and space. "Let's go!" Above Shang province, countless figures soared into the sky from the many ancient mountain gates. They rushed into the brilliant path, filled with light rain. They wanted to enter the divine domain and explore the unknown areas to obtain the legendary opportunities. However, in just an instant, countless people were swept away and fell from the sky. They roared, unwilling to give up. However, they were not qualified to enter. Not everyone could enter the divine domain. The divine domain rejected mediocre people. "I'm not mediocre. I must enter," someone shouted. He was unwilling to give up. His eyes were red as he forced his way in again. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, no matter if they were strong or weak, all the living beings that intended to forcefully step foot onto the grand Tao of radiance exploded apart and transformed into a bloody mist. Not a single one of them was able to escape calamity. Be careful. That's a path of examination. If you're not qualified, you can't enter. Countless people had died, which shocked many people and also made them more vigilant. Sigh. Below, an old man sighed. Seeing that his descendants and disciples couldn't enter the divine domain and obtain any opportunities, he sighed and felt disappointed. That's Mu Jianqin, the peak of the younger generation in Shang province. He succeeded and can enter the divine domain. Gongsun Mingjian also went up. He's already in the domain realm. He's going to search for opportunities. Su Muxin from Hahuan School also went up. Countless exclamations resounded in Shang province. Countless people were swept down from the brilliant path. They couldn't step into the divine domain. However, there were also many people, young and old, who began to walk on the brilliant path. They wanted to enter the divine domain. There were also people who couldn't take it anymore and were swept down from the sky. They were even more unwilling and sullen. In the sky, 33 brilliant paths scattered in all directions. It was like a dream, dazzling and shocking. 9 great paths of light descended from the 9 continents. 1 for each continent. They descended from the depths of the firmament. Thunder Province, Wan Province, Han Province, Yu Province, Lan Province, Cloud Province, and Ning Province all had brilliant paths sprinkled down. Countless figures flew up, all of them striving to enter the divine domain. Countless old figures floated in the sky, watching all of this and looking around. At this special time, they were escorting the disciples of the mountain sections. They didn't want to be suddenly attacked and lose the qualifications to seize the great opportunities. In such a grand occasion, if any mountain sects lost the opportunity, it would affect their fortune for thousands of years. They might not be able to recover from this setback. "Child, go." In the great Luan sect, the old woman spoke. The fairy-like woman was dressed in a tight suit. She stood tall and alone, quietly standing in the air. She also gave people a feeling of supreme vitality, transcending this world. The woman looked in the direction of the desolate country and then nodded. Her beautiful figure flew through the sky, striving to cross the brilliant path. Swoosh, swoosh! Behind the woman, many figures followed. Their auras erupted, shaking the mountains and rivers. Above the ancient heaven sect, the towering peaks were surrounded by clouds. In the distance, thousands of mountains rose and fell, magnificent and boundless. This kind of opportunity, we should fight for it. On the mountain peak, a thin but sturdy middle-aged man with green clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. His tall and straight figure was dignified with a hint of elegance. As his voice fell, his figure flew through the sky. Follow the sect master. Xieling, Shui Ruhan, Si Ruofing In Machen, and the others stepped into the air and followed closely. In the desolate country's stone city, a brilliant path descended, sprinkling a rain of light. It was like a divine rainbow traversing the void. Its aura was vast, shocking countless people. Swoosh, swoosh, many figures flew out of the stone city. There were old and young people. There were people from the Du family, the desolate country, the Yi family, the Bai family, and the other great families. They weren't the main force of the desolate country, but they also wanted to try to enter the divine domain and fight for it. Rumble! Suddenly at this moment, from the void above, the wind and clouds surged. Dark clouds gathered, and there were two huge handprints on the left and right, reaching out from the rolling dark clouds. Two terrifying handprints reached out from the depths of the void, as if they were going to cover the entire stone city. They brought with them a destructive force, wanting to destroy everyone who fought for it and cut off the desolate country's opportunity. This was a sneak attack by a terrifying expert. He must have a deep hatred for the desolate country and wanted to cut off the desolate country's thousands of years of fortune. Chapter 1587. At the same time, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the middle-aged man's body, causing the sky to change color. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. He was Du Tingxian, the third son of the Du family, Du Xiaofu's father and Han Aodong's man. But at this moment, Du Tingxuan's eyes were deep and filled with killing intent, but he was not angry. His emotions were the same as before, like a rock. Du Tingxian stood in the air, facing the two terrifying hand seals descending. He did not move at all. He only said indifferently, "Kill!" Swoosh, swoosh! Du Tingxian did not make a move, and Qiuli, who was guarding the desolate country, did not have time to make a move either. Someone had already made a move. 8 strange figures rushed out from the Du family, like 8 bolts of lightning shooting into the sky. Rumble! The 8 figures made a move, and it was as if lightning was destroying the world. Lightning illuminated the void, and with an unstoppable force, they destroyed the 2 world-destroying hand seals. Ah! 2 screams immediately came from the depths of the void. The 8 figures did not stop. They rushed into the depths of the void and chased, stirring up the wind and clouds. Bang! 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 The depths of the void trembled as if there was a heavenly thunder exploding. It shook the clouds in all directions, as if it was going to tear the space apart. Wind and thunder continued, and lightning raged. Ah! Not long after, 2 screams came from the depths of the void amidst the destructive lightning. The runes shone brightly, as if they were going to break the path of light. Many people in the entire central continent had personally witnessed the bodies of 2 old men transform into bloody mist in the depths of space, right beneath the path of light. They were each besieged by 4 mysterious experts, and they were crushed to death with a speed and might that was like a bolt of lightning. It's an ancestor from the Sky Snake sect and Spirit Sky Valley. They seemed to be attacking the desolate country, and they were killed. Someone in the central state exclaimed, and they were dumbfounded. The 2 ancestor-level experts from the Sky Snake sect and Spirit Sky Valley were killed just like that. Their souls were destroyed, and they were killed. It's the Sky Snake sect and Spirit Sky Valley. Qiu Li stepped into the sky above the imperial palace and gazed into the depths of the void. He felt a familiar aura. The ones who ambushed the barren country were the 2 great ancestors of the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky Valley. Spirit Sky Valley and Sky Snake sect, huh? Du Tingxian raised his head slightly. Lightning flashed in his eyes as if he had merged with the space around him. Then his figure disappeared from the sky above the desolate country. Boom! A moment later, a thunderous handprint fell from the sky above the heavenly snake sect. It was as if heavenly thunder had exploded, shaking half of the central state. It caused the ground to crack, and the mountains and rivers to tremble. Ah! In midair, countless people screamed and wailed as they were instantly destroyed into nothingness. Inside the heavenly snake sect, many disciples who had ascended the bright light passageway were directly thrown off. There were even more casualties below. Back then, you dared to touch my son. Now, you dare to touch my desolate country. I will exterminate your entire sect. Du Tingxian appeared within the Sky Snake sect. His entire body was wrapped in lightning, and his hair danced in the wind. It was as if streaks of dazzling lightning were wreaking havoc, causing others to revere him. Rumble, 8 mysterious figures appeared within the Sky Snake sect. Their figures shuttled through the Sky Snake sect like 8 terrifying balls of lightning exploding. Activate the formation and defend. Inside the Sky Snake sect, some people panicked and some shouted. Several old figures rushed into the sky, wanting to defend themselves. Kill! However, wherever the 8 figures passed, everything was destroyed. Dazzling lightning exploded like a sudden clap of thunder, shaking the central state. It was as if heavenly thunder had descended. Wherever the 8 figures passed, the talisman formations within the Sky Snake sect could not withstand a single blow. Those old figures were directly shattered, dying tragically in shock and fear. Perhaps even at this moment, they could not understand what kind of existence they had provoked to suffer such bloody revenge. Ah! Screams and wails filled the air as blood flowed like a river. Everything was turned into ashes, and countless charred corpses and bones piled up for thousands of miles. At this moment, it was as if the Sky Snake sect had attracted a great calamity, and it was difficult for them to escape. The sky was filled with dazzling lightning that was enough to destroy everything. It was dazzling and destructive, dazzling and frightening. In less than an hour, the Sky Snake sect, one of the 9 major forces of the central state, was razed to the ground, and the sect was exterminated. Du Tingxian did not make a move, and neither did Elder lay behind him. Only the 8 mysterious figures made a move, destroying everything. Those who offend my desolate country shall be destroyed. Du Tingxuan's figure appeared above the Spirit Heaven Valley once again. Lightning exploded as he waved his sleeves, killing many disciples who were fighting in the sky. Boom! At the same time, many powerful experts within the Spirit Heaven Valley also made a move. Their figures pierced through the void, and a terrifying aura erupted as they rushed into the sky. Kill! 8 mysterious figures descended, and lightning exploded. Electric arcs blazed as they made a move at the first moment, blocking those powerful experts. They engaged in a great battle, and their killing intent soared into the sky, shaking the entire central state. Such a fierce battle was terrifying, and the void collapsed. It was abnormally terrifying. My life is over! However, not long after, the experts within the Spirit Heaven Valley did not even have a chance to escape. They were killed on the spot, and their blood splattered across the void. The entire Spirit Heaven Valley was then enveloped by endless lightning. Killing intent soared into the sky, destroying everything. In a short period of time, someone had crossed the void, massacred the Sky Snake sect, and exterminated the colossal Spirit Heaven Valley. The Spirit Heaven Valley and the Sky Snake sect had just launched a sneak attack on the desolate country, wanting to cut off the desolate country's thousands of years of fortune, but they were exterminated instead. Countless gazes in the central state trembled. Many old figures in the void witnessed it with their own eyes, and they gasped. I'm Du Xiaofu's father, and I'm Du Tingxian. Du Tingxian was in the sky, and his eyes were filled with lightning. His voice was accompanied by thunder, and it spread throughout the central state. Du Tingxian, so it's him, back in the Tianhuang mainland. It was rumored that he had obtained a treasure related to the Jinlei Tensei. So Du Tingxian is Du Xiaofu's father. He appeared and exterminated the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Heaven Valley, massacring the Sky Snake sect, exterminating the Spirit Heaven Valley, and killing millions of lives. He's even more brutal than the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. No wonder the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is so brutal. It turns out that he has an even more brutal father. It's hereditary. Countless gazes in the central state looked at the middle-aged man from afar, and their hearts palpitated. A man who could exterminate the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Heaven Valley in the blink of an eye. How powerful and terrifying was that? In the air, Du Tingxuan's body was filled with lightning. He looked at the resplendent path in the sky, and lightning crisscrossed on his body. He was very powerful and terrifying. New Master, be careful when you enter the divine domain, the old man behind Du Tingxian said. Behind him, 8 figures stood straight, and their eyes rippled with lightning. Before entering, I still have a place to go. I'll leave the outside to Elder Lei, Du Tingxian said as he looked into the distance. That was the direction he used to gaze in the past. After that, Du Tingxian stepped through the void and disappeared. However, he left behind countless legends in the Central Plains. Du Tingxian was originally a nobody, and not many people knew about him. But today, with the extermination of the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Heaven Valley, Kyushu was shaken. The world was in turmoil, and countless creatures were fighting for it. Children, go. Between heaven and earth, there were many old figures standing in the void at this moment. Their expressions were solemn as they watched the younger generation and the disciples of their clans enter the space of the divine domain. Whoosh, whoosh. In the Yin-Yang school, Yin and Yang Qi alternated and starlight rippled. Qi Yeshi, Qi Jejun, and the others flew into the sky, leading thousands of disciples and followers of the Yin-Yang school. They stepped onto Splendid Light Avenue without any obstruction. She bathed in divine light, like an immortal descending into the world. She was destined to shine brightly. Amit Ba, in the Buddhist school, Sanskrit chants resounded and Buddha figures appeared in the sky. A young man shrouded the Buddha figure, and behind him followed Heng Qi, Heng Rushi, Ju Ling, and the others. They ascended step by step, stepping onto the glorious path. They bathed in divine light amidst the Sanskrit chants, as if they were ascending in broad daylight. Immeasurable deity. In the Taoist school, there was a peerless young man. He was majestic and independent, and his eyes were like stars. Behind him, Meng Wui, Yan Lihen, and the others bathed in the rain of light and stepped into the sky. In the farmer school, there was a goddess. She had a graceful figure, and her hair was tied up in a bun. She didn't wear much makeup, but her brows were furrowed, and her eyes were like autumn water. She was peerless and beautiful. Behind her followed Zhou Yu, Jiang Yinfeng, and the other extraordinary young men. They led thousands of followers of the farmer school, stepping into the sky step by step. There was a dark and boundless land between heaven and earth. There was a glorious path, and it was like a miracle that descended from the 9 heavens. In the dim light of the void, a purple-robed man was standing on a floating golden coffin. His posture was elegant and graceful, and his face was cold and handsome. His thick eyebrows were slightly raised in rebellion, and his dark and deep eyes were like black holes, mesmerizing people. The young man slightly raised his head, and his handsome side profile was perfect. His hair was tied up high on his head, and his long hair flowed down his back like flowing water. The space of the divine realm, the cold-looking young man spoke, and he began to step into the air. From the space around him, there was suddenly an endless black aura lingering, making his black eyes even darker and deeper. Awoo! Behind him there were countless roars and hisses. Many figures with frightening eyes followed behind him. A majestic black, murderous aura turned into a wave that surged forward. The black, murderous aura that covered the sky and covered the earth was like a dark cloud in the sky. It was extremely frightening. Legalism, the glorious path descended, and the light was resplendent. It was the gate to legalism, and the plane in the sky was dazzling. Chapter 1588. Sky City, which had been in ruins, had now been cleaned up and transformed into a vast plaza. In the sky, a beautiful figure stood there like a fairy. Her green robe fluttered in the wind, and her long black hair flowed down behind her head. She was as otherworldly as a fairy, and she looked down upon the world. At this moment, there was a man standing beside this alluring woman. His long black hair was untied and draped over his back. It was smooth like fine silk. On his handsome face, there was a pair of beautiful eyes that could captivate one's soul. This man was too handsome. He stood in the air with his red lips slightly pursed, looking like he was smiling yet not. His temperament was calm and elegant, as if he was standing in a posture that made him seem like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. As he stood there, everything in the void around him seemed to become unimportant. He was the only person in this world. Go! Qin Tian opened his mouth and waved his hand, his eyes filled with anticipation. Boom! In the void, the transcendent woman and the handsome man flew out one after another, easily stepping onto the splendid path. Behind them were thousands of legalism disciples and countless followers. Roar! Within the beast region, the cries and roars of tens of thousands of beasts resounded through the 9 heavens. Numerous figures of demonic beasts appeared in the sky. Some were in human form, but most of them were in their true forms. Although some of them were not at their maximum size, it was still very shocking. Ferocious beasts roared. Spiritual birds soared into the sky, turning into a beast tide that rushed into the sky. They were densely packed as they entered the magnificent light avenue. Their speed was not fast, but every now and then there would be demonic beasts that were swept off the magnificent light avenue. Those who didn't have the qualifications couldn't enter the divine realm. If they tried to force their way in, they would be killed. However, there were also some demonic beasts that were unwilling to give up and wanted to force their way in. They were confident that they could do so, but in the end they were only able to take a few more steps before they were killed. Roar! The vast beast region was in an uproar. Countless beasts surged out, powerful and astonishing. Their scales were dense, and their wings were gorgeous. They were suffused with multicolored light, and their auras were shockingly ferocious. Demonic beasts that were rarely seen on normal days had all rushed out today just to enter the divine domain. Roar! The roar was like thunder, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. A strange beast, the swan and I, appeared. It was shaped like a tiger with dog fur, a human face, tiger feet, and a long tail. It was extremely shocking. Moo! The appearance of a primordial beast caused the surrounding demonic beasts to make way for it. It was a primordial beast, Kue. It was shaped like an ox but had no horns. Its body was enormous and completely black. It only had a single leg supporting it. Yet its aura was terrifying to the extreme. Wah, wah! With a sharp and ear-piercing neigh, a ferocious beast called Rhinoceros Chu appeared. It looked like a cow with black fur and neighed like a baby. It was rumored that this ferocious beast loved to feed on humans and was extremely ferocious. It was similar to a ferocious beast called Man, face, tiger body, and horse belly. Woo, woo! In the sky, the void trembled. A strange beast with a white head, a one-eyed snake tail, and a white elephant bull appeared. It immediately startled everyone, and all the demonic beasts were afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape in time. This was an ancient beast. It was known as the Qi, the beast of plague. Rumor had it that it originated from Mount Tai, and wherever it went, plague followed. Roar! Yongha, an ancient mutated beast, appeared. It had red eyes, a red mouth, and yellow fur. It looked like an ape, and it was said that its appearance was accompanied by a great disaster. Whoosh! A giant wasp appeared. Its entire body flowed with multicolored light. It was the dark wasp, and its belly was as big as a pot. It was poisonous, and not even a true dragon would yield to it. Rumble! One after another, ferocious beasts that were rarely seen in the beast region appeared. They stepped onto the glorious path and entered the divine domain. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. Large clans moved out. One after another, enormous serpents appeared. They were like enormous dragons. There were numerous enormous elephants, whose bodies were suffused with lightning. They were like moving mountain peaks as they moved out in groups. One after another, enormous demon vultures flew through the air. They flapped their wings, causing everyone to flee. No one dared to block their path. It's the Heavenly Serpent Clan. Primordial lightning elephants. They're here too. And the demon vultures. Everyone exclaimed. When encountering such terrifying existences, they had no choice but to flee. They didn't dare provoke them in time. Roar, countless Yao clans appeared. Then, amidst the roars of the Yao fire spirit tiger, earth-shattering bear, nine-headed phoenix, and other large clans appeared. Their auras blotted out the sky and shook the beast region. The hearts of millions of Yao trembled. Those bloodlines were something they couldn't resist. None of the Yao clans dared to block their path. They stepped aside, allowing them to step onto the glorious path first. Roar, the beast region. This is the power of the beast region. I've become a beast region cultivator. What power! Some Yao beasts roared like thunder. Countless Yao beasts were overjoyed. As soon as they stepped onto the glorious path, they were immediately enveloped by a vast, invisible power. A mysterious power poured into their bodies. In an instant, they stepped into the beast region. It was a wondrous feeling they'd never felt before. Rumble! Suddenly, golden light burst out in the sky. Many figures broke through the air and arrived. A domineering pressure spread out from their bodies, causing the surrounding void to tremble. They appeared in the sky beneath the glorious path. The figures in the lead stood tall and straight. Their auras were astonishing. It's the golden-winged rocks. I've seen them in the heavenly beast tomb. The golden-winged rocks are here. They've already come out. They've destroyed many of Kyushu's sects. The demon king Du Xiaofu is a human, but he's the young master of the golden-winged rocks. I heard that apart from Du Xiaofu, the golden-winged rocks also have a nirvana paragon. That's a paragon beast clan. Their foundation is too deep. They're on par with the dragons and phoenixes. The surrounding Yao beasts instinctively retreated. They didn't dare to block the golden-winged rock's path. Their auras were too terrifying. See you in the divine region. A golden-winged rocks transformed into their true forms. They destroyed space and flapped their wings. They emitted a resplendent golden light as they charged fearlessly into the glorious path. They weren't swept away, and they flew straight into the depths. Rumble! The surrounding auras surged, and violent winds blew. Below them, sand and pebbles flew. Figures immediately rushed into the glorious path in excitement. Old Yao, Brother Ching-chun, let's go in. Be careful! Du Xiaofu waved his hand and said to Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Sacred Array, Child Jin Ching-chun, and the others. Whoosh, whoosh! All of a sudden, many figures rushed out and stepped onto the splendid avenue. It was as if they were bathed in divine light. Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Yi Piaoling, and Qinggu Yu weren't excluded. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Little Tiger, Blue Fantasy, Scarlet Rock, Silver Wing, Demonic Eagle, General, Gu Xinyan, Dongli Jiao, Lin Weiqi, and the others had all successfully stepped onto the glorious path. The glorious path was also a test. It proved that they were talented enough to step into the domain realm in the future, and that they wouldn't be mediocre people. Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Jialo Juoyu, and Jialo Kaling were already in the martial domain. At this moment, they also stepped onto the glorious path without any pressure. Haha, is this the power of the domain realm? I feel like I have endless power in my body. It's inexhaustible. The domain realm. This is the power of the domain realm. Everyone was astonished, shocked, and flabbergasted. As soon as they stepped onto the glorious path, they were immediately enveloped by a mysterious force. They had the cultivation and experience of the domain realm. It was indescribably mysterious and useful. On the bright, glorious path, Du Xiaofu was enveloped by a rain of light. It was as if he was bathed in an ancient aura. His whole body was indescribably comfortable. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also saw that on the glorious path, there seemed to be a straight path to the sky. In fact, there were many steps condensed by mysterious runes. These dazzling runes and mysterious runes led to the sky. The higher one looked, the greater the resistance. As soon as he stepped onto the glorious path, Du Xiaofu didn't feel any change in his cultivation. His own cultivation didn't change at all. However, the mysterious force and runes around him attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. "Brother, let's go up," Du Xiaoqing said to Du Xiaofu. Everyone was excited and moved towards the divine domain. "You guys go in first. I want to study this place," Du Xiaofu said to Du Xiaoqing. He seemed to have discovered something in the glorious path and was somewhat fascinated. "Let's go. I don't want to bother with him. Let him study slowly." Du Xiaoyao curled her lips. She didn't want to bother with Du Xiaofu. Then, she and Du Xiaoqing left. Very strange. Du Xiaofu stared at the runes on the glorious path and studied them. He felt a familiar aura. It was like déjà vu. He was able to resonate with it. Immediately, he began to study it with interest. What is that Demon King doing? Why isn't he moving? All the beasts were surprised. They raised their heads and stared at the Demon King with their ominous eyes. The golden-winged, great Peng bird clan arrived majestically. All the beasts made way for them. They didn't dare to fight with them. The remaining beasts were still waiting below to pass through the glorious path and enter the divine domain. However, at this moment, the Demon King was squatting on the glorious path. Then he took 2 steps forward and stomped his feet. Heavens! What is that Demon King doing? Is that Demon King trying to destroy the path? Suddenly, the crowd was stunned to discover that the terrifying Demon King had actually begun to condense his attacks. He was constantly attacking the magnificent light path, causing the entire magnificent light path to sway, as if it was about to collapse. Everyone was terrified. This was the first guy who had nothing better to do. He attacked the glorious path. Not good. If the path collapses, none of us will be able to enter. Some beasts were anxious. They didn't care anymore and immediately rushed into the glorious path. They were afraid that the path would be destroyed by the Demon King. At that time, none of them would be able to enter. Swish, however, when this beast just stepped into the glorious path, it was immediately repelled by a huge rebounding force. It didn't have the qualifications to enter the divine domain. Chapter 1589. Bang! At the same time, a beam of golden light shot out from Du Xiaofu's hand, violently slamming into the runed steps of the way of splendor beneath his feet. With a muffled sound, the runed steps were actually on the verge of collapsing. Some runes were about to shatter, rumble. Almost at the same time, in the depths of the magnificent light path, an enormous wave of energy shot down like a bolt of lightning. It pierced through time and space and knocked Du Xiaofu off the path. Du Xiaofu fell from the sky and slammed into the earth below. Rumbling sounds filled the air as he crashed into the earth, leaving a deep ravine in the ground. Rubble shot out like a meteor. Punishment! Golden runes appeared in the sky, like the incantation of a god. Everyone in the world knew what was happening, and their expressions changed. What's going on? It looks like someone's being punished. Is someone being punished by the divine domain? I've never heard of anything like this. Just who is it that's so infuriating that they were punished by the divine domain? The whole world was talking about it. Everyone was searching everywhere, wanting to know who it was that was so infuriating to the heavens, to actually provoke the divine domain and be punished by it. The beast region was even more silent and stunned. All the beasts watched with their own eyes as the savage Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was blasted off the magnificent light path by the divine domain. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. They couldn't help but gasp. That Demon King is too savage. He's infuriating. He provoked the divine domain for no reason. Now he's suffering the consequences. The beasts discussed amongst themselves. Some laughed loudly. Then more people charged onto the magnificent light path, wanting to enter the divine domain to search for opportunities. However, a steady stream of demonic beasts was swept off the path. Du Xiaofu rushed out of the rubble, his face covered in grime. He stood in midair, gazing up at the magnificent light path. Finally, a look of reverence appeared in his eyes. He didn't dare act presumptuously anymore. I just wanted to study it. There's no need to kick me off. Du Xiaofu patted his purple battle robes, smoothed out his messy hair, and curled his lip. Inwardly, he felt sullen. The divine domain was too unfriendly. Chi. After that, Du Xiaofu continued to soar into the sky and stepped onto the splendid light avenue. He was somewhat cautious, fearing that he would not be able to step onto it a second time. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu successfully stepped into the divine domain once again. The divine domain space was only a punishment, and it did not disqualify him. Roar! The demonic beasts in the surroundings no longer paid any attention to Du Xiaofu. They all soared up into the sky, flapping their wings and letting out shocking roars. Rays of light erupted, and a ferocious aura swept across the sky. Demonic beasts continuously stepped onto the path of light, and after that, they were all pleasantly surprised. However, they would all maintain a certain distance from Du Xiaofu. They were unwilling to provoke this ferocious Demon King. No one was willing to provoke the young master of the golden-winged great rocks either. It isolates everything. It's very profound. Du Xiaofu stood on the splendid avenue, as if he had comprehended something. On the splendid avenue, mysterious runes flickered, and a rain of light poured down. It was resplendent and gorgeous, and there was a vast and mighty force that made people feel as if they were about to be enlightened. Du Xiaofu did not dare to rashly attack the splendid avenue again. However, he walked back and forth on the splendid avenue, sometimes walking out, sometimes entering. Inside and outside, one enters and one exits. Entering is like a prison. Exiting is like seeing the sun. Du Xiaofu mumbled, "This is the heart being bound, sinking deep into nothingness, unable to free itself, unable to see the truth of all laws, unable to see the impermanence of all laws." Du Xiaofu was pondering, and comprehending the 10,000 beast struggle. Roar. The surrounding roars were like thunder, and all the beasts were struggling to cross. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was isolated from everything, and was immersed in his own comprehension. All laws of nirvana, exterminating all living things. In reality, there are no living things that can be exterminated. All laws have no self. Comprehending nirvana! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu looked at the depths of the splendid avenue and narrowed his eyes. It was a dazzling, illusory, and resplendent great Tao. Then, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the splendid avenue, surrounded by runes that poured down like a rain of light. He began to comprehend. What is that Demon King doing? Is he having an epiphany? He must have been punished by the divine domain space just now. Seeing the strange behavior of that savage Demon King, all the beasts were curious, but they still did not dare to disturb him. That savage Demon King had long been famous, and he was also the young master of the golden-winged great Peng bird clan. No demonic beast dared to touch him. The demonic beasts that could set foot on the splendid avenue instantly had the cultivation of the domain realm, but they still had to avoid him, not daring to get close to that savage Demon King. A Demon King that had already been punished by the divine domain space. It was better to avoid him, lest they also suffer an undeserved calamity. Rumble, the sound of Tao, resounded throughout the world. The divine domain space opened, and all the living things in the world fought to enter. Domain realm, This is the power of the domain realm. I'm in the domain realm. Powerful power. Between heaven and earth, living things on the splendid avenue were pleasantly surprised, as they immediately had the power of the domain realm after setting foot on the splendid avenue. However, there was also an old man and a powerhouse who secretly frowned. Their cultivation had long surpassed the initial stage of the domain realm, and they would not be swept down by the divine domain space. They just wanted to take the risk and enter the divine domain space to look for opportunities and compete with the young people. However, as soon as they set foot on the splendid avenue, their cultivation was immediately suppressed. No matter how strong their cultivation was, it was suppressed to the initial stage of the domain realm, and they could not go any further. Their realm was still there, but their cultivation was suppressed, which was more advantageous than some of the young people. However, they had to be careful and did not dare to be careless. This was because it was said that the older generation of people who had surpassed the initial stage of the martial domain and the initial stage of the 9 stars realm would not be protected by the divine domain space, except for being suppressed to the initial stage of the domain realm. If they died in the divine domain space, they would die, and there would not be a second chance. However, the young geniuses were not included in the divine domain space. Everything in the divine domain space was biased towards the younger generation, especially the young geniuses. No, on the splendid avenue, countless living things were thrown down one after another. They could not set foot on the splendid avenue, as they were not qualified. Countless living things shouted and roared. They were unwilling to accept the fact that they were mediocre, and they were full of regret and disappointment. This was especially true for many martial honorable realm cultivators. They had already stepped into the martial honorable realm and were the strongest in this world, but they could not go any further and could not enter the divine domain space. This proved that if nothing unexpected happened in their lives, they had already reached the end of their cultivation. This made them feel very vexed and regretful. Sigh, between the heavens and the earth, there were old figures sighing. There were experts who felt that it was a pity that many of their descendants and disciples could not set foot on the divine domain space. Only those who were qualified could enter the divine domain space. In this world, there were not many martial domain realm cultivators. However, Kyushu, the 9 families, the Demon Realm, the Beast Region, the 4 Seas, Wudong Mountain, the 3 continents, and other places added up to quite a few. More importantly, in this world, as long as the living things were talented enough, they could enter the divine domain space, regardless of their age or cultivation level. There were more than billions of living things in this world, and those with potential could enter. At this moment, there were many people who had stepped into the divine domain space. It was densely packed, and there was a sea of people. Everyone wanted to obtain an opportunity to improve themselves. Some great forces hoped to obtain a great opportunity and prosper in this world. Some forces had even planned for countless years, from ancient times until now. This was their last chance to enter with all their strength. On the splendid avenue, some people had already taken the lead and entered the depths of the light, disappearing from sight as they stepped into the divine domain space. Countless figures followed behind them. They were like carps crossing the dragon's gate. Only after crossing the dragon's gate would they be able to become dragons. In the sky, the splendid avenue stretched across the void, leading in all directions. All kinds of light shone resplendently in the sky, spewing out purple mist. It was gorgeous and moving. An energy of heaven and earth was dense. Legalism, on the sky plains on the splendid avenue, thousands of figures entered the divine domain space, carrying the hopes and expectations of legalism. Thousands of people entered, hoping to obtain many opportunities and prosper legalism. This time, legalism has a great opportunity. In the legalism's lineup, many experts revealed joy and anticipation. They placed their hopes on the thousands of disciples who entered the divine domain space. Most importantly, they knew how strong the 2 leaders were. The 2 leaders, one of them was a natural born supreme, and the other was a true monstrous genius. If they worked together, who in the divine domain could resist them? They could sweep through everything. Line up and follow us into the divine domain space. Assist legalism. As long as you obtain opportunities, you can become an official member of the legalism. Around the splendid avenue, there were many legalism experts commanding the last few followers to ascend the splendid avenue. The responsibility of these followers was to support the disciples of the school of legalism. The school of legalism had promised that as long as they could obtain fortuitous encounters in the divine realm, they could become official members of the school of legalism. This was a great temptation. Go in and search for opportunities. As long as you can obtain opportunities in the divine domain, you can transcend and receive the full support and protection of legalism. The second protector's voice spread out, making the last followers' blood boil. They were filled with excitement and anticipation. Chi! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning silently appeared in the air. It was too fast, and wherever the lightning passed, the void would shatter. It silently appeared in front of the second protector. Someone had launched a sneak attack in front of legalism, and under the eyes of the two legalism's ancestors. This was beyond everyone's imagination, especially those from legalism. Bang! The bolt of lightning appeared and arrived in front of the second protector like a bolt of lightning. Only then did the air rumble and explode. The dazzling lightning was like a lightning bomb. The second protector was not a weakling. He immediately reacted, but it was too late for him to defend. He felt the strength of the sneak attack, and he activated his defense with all his strength. The halo around his body suddenly burst out like a dazzling sun. It was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. In an instant, an ancient prayer bead was thrown out from the second protector's hand. Above the prayer bead, holy light appeared, and a secret technique lingered. Runes filled the sky, and finally it turned into a huge halo, directly locking him in. Rumble! Lightning exploded like rolling thunder, and the holy runes on the halo were blown apart. The terrifying power of lightning shattered the ancient prayer bead, and the light was shattered. The sonic boom was like a thunderclap that resounded through the sky, echoing endlessly. PFFF! The second protector suddenly spat out blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. At this moment he saw a figure that seemed familiar. At the same time, a vast and terrifying aura erupted, and the second protector could not resist it. A lightning claw directly grabbed his neck, like an eagle grabbing a chick. You dare to sneak attack my legalism? You're courting death. In a flash, Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi were the first to rush out. They were furious. A sneak attack in front of the legalism's door was a slap in the face. A vast aura erupted, and the two legalism ancestors distorted the void, imprisoning everything. The air exploded, and runes bloomed like fireworks as they immediately rushed towards the sneak attacker. Afterwards, even though the two old men from the school of legalism had taken action at the same time, something shocking happened. The assailant was already prepared. No matter how powerful or fast the two old men were, the assailant would have ripped open space and fled long ago. Unexpectedly, the ambusher didn't run away. Instead, he directly stepped onto the magnificent light avenue, stepping onto it in one fell swoop. No matter how strong the two legalism ancestors were, they could distort the void and imprison the space, but they could not imprison the magnificent light path that stretched out from the divine domain. Chapter 1590. The figure stepped onto the splendid avenue and stood upright. His face was handsome, and his eyes flashed with lightning. His gaze was sharp, and his hair danced in the wind like electric arcs. "It's you!" The second protector was horrified. With his neck restrained, a hoarse and hoarse voice emerged from his throat. He recognized the person who had restrained him. It was Du Tingxian. Back then, he had led the people from the school of legalism to bring back Han Aodong and Du Shaojing. Because of this, He had performed a great service and received the School of Legalism support. His cultivation had skyrocketed in recent years. However, the second protector had never imagined that the lowly commoner and ant he had looked down upon back then would be able to capture him in such a powerful manner and become so tyrannical. Yes, it's me. I was never the lowly commoner you spoke of. Now you're an ant in my hands, Du Tingxian said as he stared at the second guardian. His sharp eyes were filled with killing intent. He's Du Tingxian, Du Xiaofu's father. That's him. He's Du Tingxian, Du Xiaofu's father. Many people in the legalism group exclaimed. Some of them had seen Du Tingxian before and recognized him. Du Tingxian, what are you trying to do? Do you want to die by touching a member of the legalism? Li Qinfa spoke, his voice reverberating in all directions. However, he didn't chase after the radiant light path. He couldn't enter it at all. If he tried to force his way in, his cultivation base would exceed the boundaries of the divine realm. If he tried to force his way in, he would be killed by the divine realm. Even if he could enter, his cultivation base would be suppressed to the same level. I've already told you not to touch my son until I'm alive. Unless I'm dead, the consequences will be severe if I get angry. Du Tingxuan's voice was extremely calm, but it was incomparably sharp. As his voice fell, the killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Crack, crack, lightning flashed from the claw and then exploded. The second protector of legalism had his neck twisted. In the explosion of lightning, his body turned into ashes and his soul was destroyed. The second guardian's primordial spirit didn't even have a chance to escape. He died in an instant, killed by Du Tingxian in front of all the legalism experts. Rumble. Many of the followers of the School of Legalism in the surroundings were directly blasted off the Avenue of Splendor by the lightning, suffering an unexpected calamity. Many people were blasted off the Avenue of Splendor, becoming heavily injured. Kill him. Qin Tian was enraged. His voice was gloomy, reverberating through the void. His eyes were dazzling. Now that Du Tingxian was being so presumptuous in front of the whole world, legalism's face was completely lost. Kill. Immediately, many figures from legalism rushed out and stepped onto the splendid avenue. They were going to kill Du Tingxian and wipe away the humiliation of legalism. Rumble! In an instant, many figures rushed over. They were all legalism experts. They activated legalism's methods, various attacks, and various techniques. Roar! The martial spirit roared, and the martial spirit was activated. Energy erupted like a rainbow, bright light illuminating the sky. They stepped onto the splendid light avenue. They were going to kill Du Tingxian. Kill. The killing intent in Du Tingxuan's sharp eyes was not concealed at all. Lightning shot out, thunder exploded, and hand seals condensed. Lightning lingered on the surface of his body, and a thunder armor covered him. It was as if he had turned into a thunder god. The thunder was tens of thousands of feet long, bright and gorgeous, and the aura was ancient and destructive. The terrifying power shook the magnificent light path. Pung! A low rumble of thunder resounded as Du Tingxian attacked. His attacks were grand and unstoppable. A middle-aged man from the School of Legalism had his body smashed apart with a single palm strike. He was reduced to a bloody mist, and his soul was obliterated under the resplendent glow of lightning. Boom! An old man was engulfed by thunder, and his physical body was destroyed. His primordial spirit had just escaped when Du Tingxian arrived and smashed it with a palm. Rumble! A long-haired old man gnashed his teeth, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable fury. He was like an enraged lion. His magical technique was activated, and a vast might descended, suppressing Du Tingxian. Break! Du Tingxian blasted out a fist. Lightning flashed and illuminated the sky. The old man's expression changed. He felt his heart palpitate, and his technique was trembling. This was his strongest ability. He had killed countless experts in the outside world. But at this moment, the old man saw his technique being blasted apart by Du Tingxuan's fist. It crumbled inch by inch. The old man was aghast. Du Tingxian had shattered his technique with a single punch. He was an expert of legalism and could defeat his peers in the outside world. But at this moment, he was defeated by Du Tingxian at the same level of cultivation. This was too terrifying. The old man was indescribably shocked. Du Tingxian was so powerful that he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Du Tingxian appeared in front of him, and a palm print of thunder slammed into his body. He was blown to pieces on the spot and turned into ashes. Boom! Du Tingxian attacked again, killing a pulse soul that had turned into a true spirit and smashing a middle-aged man's chest with a single punch. No! The middle-aged man screamed. The destructive power of thunder poured into his body and destroyed his vitality. No matter how he resisted, it was useless. The thunder could destroy everything. In the end, his body exploded and his soul scattered. Hey, legalism is making a shocking move. Someone is killing the people of legalism. Who is it? The appearance of the divine domain stirred up heaven and earth, connecting the heavens and the earth. The 9 Kyushu families, the 3 continents, the 1 realm, the 4 seas, and the mountain of Parasol began to connect invisibly. An old figure in the void was able to observe from afar and was astonished. Rumble. In just 2 or 3 minutes, 8 experts of legalism were killed by Du Tingxian at the same level of cultivation. Like a hot knife through butter, the legalists were unable to resist at all. All of the legalists were stupefied. This was another terrifying existence, just like Du Xiaofu, sweeping through all of his peers. He was unrivaled and possessed an unrivaled might. You can't even withstand a single blow. Du Tingxian stood on the path of light. He was as straight as a spear as he stared down at the people of legalism below. How sharp was that? This is a challenge to our legalism. Qin Tianshi and Li Qinfa's faces were red. They gnashed their teeth and their veins bulged. Their eyes were blazing with anger, but they did not send anyone forward. They had already lost 8 experts. They were furious, but they still maintained a clear head. They knew that they would only be sending themselves to death if they went up. How hateful! This is a humiliation that must be washed away. Within the legalist experts, 10,000 eyes were glaring angrily, their hair and fingers splitting apart. They were furious, but no one dared to go up. That Du Tingxian was too terrifying, sweeping through all of his peers unmatched. Arrogant Junior, do you think you can be safe just because you're up there? You killed a disciple of legalism. I'll destroy your Du family. Li Qinfa was furious. His aura erupted, causing the sun, moon, and stars to move. He tore through the void and left towards the direction of the central continent. His target was the desolate country's stone city. He wanted Du Tingxian to come down and let Qin Tianshi deal with Du Tingxian. He wanted to wipe away the shame of legalism. However, Du Tingxian did not move at all. He did not pay any attention to him. Rumble, the heaven and earth trembled. The earth quaked and the void collapsed. The ancestor of legalism, Li Qinfa, was enraged. He traveled through the void and descended towards the central continent. Along the way, he caused strange phenomena and alarmed millions of creatures. Legalism dares to touch the Du family. The golden-winged Peng race will exterminate all orthodoxies of legalism. At the end of the void, an aged voice came from far away. The experts of the golden-winged Peng race were rushing over. Legalism can forget about touching the Du family. My Yin-Yang school will demand an explanation. The Mo family is here. Li Qinfa, don't go too far. Almost at the same time, in the depths of the void, an expert transmitted his voice. He was crossing the void and hurrying over to the central continent. Li Qinfa was furious. He was not stopped by the shout. He wanted to take action. He crossed the vast sky and descended on the central continent. He would not leave the matter at that. He wanted to exterminate the Du family. The Du family is too impudent. They should be exterminated. Li Qinfa appeared above the desolate country. He stirred up the wind and clouds. Accompanied by the power of heaven and earth, it was as if the world was about to be destroyed. He wanted to destroy the entire desolate country. He wanted to destroy the stone city and exterminate the Du family. Rumble. This kind of terrifying power was incomparably terrifying. The mysterious talisman patterns were resplendent. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The void collapsed and collapsed. Below, mountains and rivers broke apart. Volcanoes erupted. The scene was astonishing. Is this the end of the world? Above the central continent, millions of creatures were trembling in fear. The creatures in the desolate country were even more horrified. Everything was too terrifying. Scram! At this moment, from within the desolate country's stone city, the word scram was heard. It shook the 9 heavens. Then a huge claw stretched out. Vast lightning rushed into the sky. This claw was too huge. It was as if it could crush the stars. Lightning talisman patterns intertwined. Mysterious talisman patterns bloomed. The pressure was earth-shattering. The divine power shook the past and the present. Rumble. In midair, the void collapsed. Everything in the path of the claw was destroyed. Li Qinfa's mighty power burst out in a dazzling light. However, the stalemate did not last long. It dissipated above the void. The destructive power was resisted. The huge claw left 5 long, pitch-black void cracks in the void. Then it dissipated. The Du family has such an expert. Li Qinfa's figure smashed through the void. He staggered back. In his fury, he stomped on the void and stabilized his body. Suddenly, he was shocked in the void. Li Qinfa never thought that the small, desolate country's stone city, the small Du family, would have such an expert guarding it. When the old master was still alive, killing people of your legalism was like slaughtering dogs. Scram! Within the stone city's Du family, there was such a voice that shook the void. It was like thunder. It was so powerful that it made people tremble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, at the end of the void, 3 figures descended. There was a dazzling golden light that made the void tremble. It was incomparably domineering. There was a misty starlight that circulated the yin and yang qi. The sky was filled with mist. The world was moist. Then it turned into ice. It wanted to freeze the void. An old woman appeared in the void. An old man with starlight descended. There was also a beautiful woman. My school of agriculture and the Du family have a lot of connections. Touching the Du family is like touching my school of agriculture. Suddenly the void rippled again. An old man descended. He looked like he was in his 70s. His clothes were simple and plain. He rolled up his trousers as if he had just come from a farm. However, as he descended, the entire Zhongzhou rumbled. The 8,000 miles of Zhongzhou's long river turned into raging waves. Garuda Mola, Starlight, Ice Ink, Elder Daipai. Seeing the 4 figures, Li Qinfa's expression changed. Especially when he saw Garuda Mola, his eyes became gloomy. Anyone who wants to come to Zhongzhou can come. At this moment, in the direction of the Great Luan sect, a figure silently appeared in the void. It was an old woman. As the figure appeared, she raised her hand and slapped at Li Qinfa. Chapter 1591. This palm was very powerful, causing the entire void to tremble. The light was blinding, and brilliant runes were released. The runes intertwined, and strange phenomena appeared in the void. Li Qinfa retaliated. Legalism's methods were shocking. His fist contained great momentum, and runes intertwined in all directions, blazing like lightning. This fist was filled with a monstrous momentum, and it pierced through the void. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread out, destroying everything as it collided. Boom! A large part of the void was shattered, and the earth below shook, shaking the 9 heavens. Boom, boom, Li Qinfa was pushed back. The dignified patriarch of legalism was actually pushed back. The scene before them made the few super experts feel incredulous. Even the old lady of the golden-winged Great Rock clan raised her eyebrows slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, above the void, many figures appeared again. They were from the Ancient Heavens sect, Stygian sect, Immeasurable sect, Mysterious Talisman sect, and others. There were old figures, men, women, and even middle-aged figures. Every one of them was very powerful, but they could not be compared to Ai Singmo, Old Monster Xinghan, and Old Man Diho. They were far away and did not get too close. They looked at the old lady in surprise. Under everyone's gaze, the old lady's figure staggered, but her eyes were deep. She was Dongli Qingqing's master, and many people in the central continent had already seen her. Li Qinfa looked at the old lady in midair, and his eyes twitched violently. He then looked at Garuda Mola and glanced at the stone city below. Without any hesitation, he tore open the void and left, not daring to stay any longer. "Where do you think you're going?" The old lady was furious. Golden light burst out, and she tore open the void to chase after him. Ai Singmo, Old Monster Xinghan, and Old Man Diho looked at each other, and then followed the old lady. The old lady looked at the desolate country's stone city in midair, and her eyes were filled with surprise. She then disappeared in midair. Roar, boom! In the depths of the void, a dragon's roar resounded, and a vast aura descended. 2 terrifying old men also rushed over and appeared in the central continent's void. The depths of the 2 elders' eyes were fluctuating with divine light. They looked in the direction of the barren country's stone city and revealed looks of astonishment. Then they broke through the air and headed in the direction of legalism. Du Tingxian stood ramrod straight on the grand avenue of the sky plains, his eyes sharp. Damn it! The people from the school of legalism were furious. Their faces darkened and their eyes burned with rage. However, none of them dared to step forward. There was nothing they could do. They could only watch Du Tingxian. Rumble, not long after, the sky began to tremble. The entire sky plains began to tremble as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. The people of legalism looked on in shock. Then they saw their ancestor return in a sorry state. He was panting and his hair was in a mess. Behind him, a domineering golden figure was chasing after him. Garuda Mola! Qin Tian's expression changed. With a shake of his dragon robe, a lifelike golden dragon rushed out like a living creature. The formless aura around him suppressed the heavens. Mysterious runes erupted, turning into a world. It caused the universe to revolve, blocking the golden figure that was chasing after Li Qinfa. Legalism is too much. Waves of starlight rippled out, as if a river of stars had appeared in the void. An ancient and vast pressure was released. Old Monster Xing, we had arrived to help the old lady. On the sky plains the void was changing. A wave of cold qi spread out and frost fell. The earth rumbled and the entire sky plains began to tremble. Bing Mo and Old Man Deepai arrived. They did not speak, but their aura was self-evident. The School of Agriculture, Moism, and the Golden-Winged Great Rocks have formed an alliance. The wind and clouds surged in the sky as the roar of a dragon resounded. The appearance of 2 elders caused the void to solidify. The 2 elders' eyes were like torches. One of them was majestic, and his whole body was emitting the aura of a true dragon. The other elder had a slender figure wearing a red robe. His whole body was surrounded by fiery light, burning the sky like a volcano erupting. The arrival of these 2 elders allowed Qin Tian and Li Qinfa to heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would not be able to deal with Garuda Mola, Bing Mo, Old Monster Xinghan, and Old Man Deepai. Gong Sanhua, Long Tongue, are you guys forming an alliance with legalism? Old Man Deepai raised his eyebrows, looking surprised. Long Tongue, you dare to come?" The old lady's eyes shone with golden light. She did not have a good impression of the dragons and goldenrock race. Looking at the old lady, the old man called Long Tongue also had a gloomy expression. The goldenrock race was the archenemy of the dragons. There was a deep hatred between them. Amitabha, immeasurable deity, the divine domain will open for the last time. A great calamity will descend. Everyone, please calm down. Everyone, please calm down. The divine domain is opening. We must not cause a storm of blood. Suddenly, the sky above the plains began to tremble. As the voice faded, one figure after another descended. In a split second, the image of a Buddha floated in the air. Resplendent runes rained down. There were old figures and majestic figures that appeared on the sky plains. It was like a miracle. These figures appeared one after another, standing in the air. Every single one of them was incomparably powerful. They were the experts of the 9 great families. They would not be attracted by the sudden change under the influence of Bing Mo, Old Monster Xinghun, and Li Chenfa. Many thanks to the seniors of the Golden Rock race for taking care of my son. Many thanks to the School of Yin Yang, School of Mo, and School of Agriculture for your help. Du Tingxian thanks you. On the splendid avenue, Du Tingxian cupped his fists. He had learned many things. After the divine domain opens, my father and I will personally settle the score with legalism. At that time, if there is anything I need to rely on the seniors, I will naturally ask for your help. But for today, we can forget about it. Du Tingxian said. Hearing Du Tingxuan's words, everyone's gazes turned to that upright figure. The eyes of those from the school of legalism twitched. They had never imagined that after sending off Garudamola and Fui by that day, Du Tingxian would appear from the Du family. He was the source of all their troubles. At that time, legalism's ancestor had spoken up to protect the father and son. But in the short span of 20 years, the father and son had grown to a terrifying extent. Originally, the school of law had never taken the father and son seriously, but unknowingly, the people from the school of law discovered that not only had the father and son grown to such a powerful level, but the people around them had also reached a terrifying level. Their wings had grown, and they had reached a point where legalism could do nothing about them. They even had to fear them. Boom! Suddenly, lightning burst out from the splendid avenue. It was resplendent and dazzling, and a vast aura swept through the sky. Du Tingxuan's body was wrapped in endless lightning that resounded through the void. He seems to have reached the peak of the sealed domain realm. The experts around were not ordinary. They had extraordinary eyesight and could sense Du Tingxuan's cultivation level through the splendid avenue. Boom! Du Tingxian stepped out from the splendid avenue and stepped onto the runic stairs behind him. Faint sounds of dragons and snakes roaring could be heard. Endless lightning burst out from his body and traversed the void. What is he doing? Du Tingxian seems to be cultivating by himself. The experts present were shocked and astonished, and all of them had a change of expression. They saw a shocking scene. Du Tingxian had taken a step forward, and his sealed domain realm cultivation base had plummeted to the early martial domain realm. Boom! Du Tingxuan's second step was like a thunderclap that shook the surroundings. Lightning burst out from his body, and his aura dropped to the nirvana martial venerable realm, falling below the domain realm. Pucci! At this moment, the lightning armor on Du Tingxuan's body cracked, and he spat out blood. Arcs of lightning wreaked havoc on the surface of his body, and blood seemed to be flowing out. Those were traces of cracks on the surface of his body. Boom! 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 Du Tingxian took several steps in a row. Each step was like a heavenly thunder, making the experts present shudder in fear. The legalism disciples' hearts trembled, and their eyes were filled with shock. When he took the last step, Du Tingxuan's aura was extremely weak. His whole body was dripping with blood, and it seemed like the surface of his body had cracked. His bones were broken, and his eyes were blood red. His mouth was full of blood. But at this moment, thunder was unceasingly rumbling, shaking the heavens. Hotian, he completely scattered his cultivation and crippled himself, falling from the sealed domain realm to the Hotian realm. Some experts were shocked. Du Tingxian had actually fallen from the sealed domain realm to the Hotian realm. This was equivalent to crippling his own cultivation and becoming an ant. The Hotian realm could not even be considered a martial artist. It was incomparably insignificant. Legalism, when we father and son come out, it will be time for us to settle the score. Du Tingxian turned around and waved his sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lightning spread out from his body, repairing the cracks on the surface of his body. Although his cultivation had fallen to the Hotian realm, how insignificant was that? At this moment on the splendid light avenue, he was still in the martial domain realm. However, at this moment, Du Tingxuan's true cultivation level had been forcibly severed, falling to the Hotian realm and returning to normal. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Tingxian turned around and looked into the depths of the splendid light avenue. Without hesitation, he strode forward, leaving behind a shocking back view, crippling his own cultivation. What kind of perseverance is this? He's dissatisfied with himself and wants to recultivate in the divine domain. He wants to walk on a different path. Bang Emo looked at the back view. Even someone as powerful as her was shocked. At the sealed domain realm, he was actually willing to cripple his own cultivation and walk on a path with unknown results. How many people in the world had this kind of perseverance? Moreover, just crippling one's own cultivation would cause one to suffer great pain. It was not something ordinary people could do. It said that if one can make a breakthrough in the divine domain, they might be able to reach the nirvana stage. Old monster Xinghun's body was surrounded by yin and yang qi, and his eyes were filled with starlight. Crippling one's cultivation requires great determination. Recultivating another path requires great perseverance. Entering the divine domain and tempering oneself in dangerous situations requires great perseverance. With great perseverance and determination as the price, his goal is not something ordinary people can achieve. He wants to recultivate through nirvana. The old lady spoke. Her golden eyes were filled with shock. She smiled and murmured, "Like son, like father." Chapter 1592. The faces of the experts of legalism all twitched as they watched the tall figure vanish from the path of light. They gritted their teeth as coldness filled their eyes. Gongsun's eyes were blazing. His aura was shockingly hot. One look from him was enough to turn a person to ash. Time passed slowly. The battle between the living beings of the world was coming to an end. For an entire day and night, light enveloped the sky. There was no sun or moon, and the 33 magnificent paths released endless light. Very few living beings continued to ascend the magnificent light path. In this world, all the living beings below the martial domain realm who were qualified to enter the divine domain space had basically entered. As for those who had surpassed the initial martial domain realm but hadn't reached the divine domain realm, not many of them entered. Those who entered were only loose cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespans. They could only search for opportunities. Otherwise, they would face the erosion of their lifespans. The sealed domain and great domain realm cultivators of the other large sects wouldn't easily take the risk. Although they would be able to gain some benefits by entering, it would be even more dangerous. The older generation, like them, wouldn't be protected by the divine domain. Without a life-saving talisman, death was death. The younger generation of cultivators who had surpassed the initial martial domain realm had entered long ago. They were able to obtain life-saving talismans. In the beast region, on the magnificent path, a rain of light swirled, spewing out purple mist. Countless figures and beasts circled below, waiting, curiously looking up at the sky. The demonic beasts who had the potential to enter the divine domain had already ascended the magnificent path. Those who failed were killed and reduced to blood mist, but only a small minority. Even more demonic beasts who failed were in awe. Although they were unwilling, they didn't dare to force their way in. They could only live with regret. What is the Demon King doing? Is he really stupid? It's already been a day and a night. Why isn't he going in? Is he trying to comprehend? Some demonic beasts discussed. They were very curious, but they didn't dare to disturb him. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the sky. Light rippled in the sky, as if the universe had turned upside down. The 33 magnificent paths began to rotate. Light spun in the sky. Tao integration is about to take place on the Chunhuang mainland. Suddenly, countless eyes trembled in the world. Many old figures began to cross the void and quickly headed towards the Chunhuang mainland. Open the wormhole and head to the Chunhuang mainland. Wormholes opened up in countless mountain gates, leading people to the Chunhuang mainland. The Chun desolate mainland was one of the 3 continents in the Kyushu realm. Together with the ancient desolate continent and the Tianhuang continent, it was known as the 3 continents. It was rumored that there were ancient secrets hidden there. Every time the God domain opened, the last 33 grand paths would merge into one and appear on the Chunhuang mainland. In the divine domain, those who met with danger or were killed would be sent out of the divine domain safely and appear on the Chunhuang mainland. In the sky, it was as if the universe was turning upside down. The 33 grand Tao of light spun and eventually turned into a single grand Tao of light that appeared above the Chunhuang mainland. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Quite a number of top experts descended on the Chun wasteland mainland one after another. They landed on numerous towering mountain peaks and looked up at the sky. Who's that kid? Suddenly, someone was surprised to see a figure sitting cross-legged on the grand Tao of light. He was shrouded in a rain of light, mysterious and profound. It was shocking. It's him, Du Xiaofu. There were people who recognized Du Xiaofu, such as Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, and the others. They immediately traversed through the void. Although they spent a lot of time, they had already arrived at the Chunhuang mainland. The old lady, Bing Mo, old freak Xinghan, and the others also saw Du Xiaofu. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Time passed by slowly. More and more figures appeared on the Chunhuang mainland. They were all experts of their own mountain sects or experts of their own clans. In an instant, the Chunhuang mainland was filled with experts. There were countless super experts. They stood in various places and distorted the void. Those who weren't strong enough didn't dare to get close. Roar! There were also many huge demonic beasts that appeared on the Chunhuang mainland. They were the 9-headed phoenix, demonic fire spirit tiger, heavenly snake clan, demonic vulture clan, immemorial thunder elephant, and other demonic beast experts. Their auras were so strong that even the old ancestors of the 9 great clans were shocked. These experts appeared on the Chunhuang mainland, and each of them occupied an area. Their auras were vast and boundless. Their eyes were looking up at the sky as if the sun was about to rise. Their auras were terrifying. That little guy is so strange. Who is he? A huge elephant stood on the mountain peak. Its body was shining brightly, and its eyes were filled with lightning. What a strange little guy. A huge bird hovered in midair, covering the sky. A terrifying aura lingered around it, causing many experts to be shocked. Is he trying to comprehend? As time passed, more and more people appeared on the Chunhuang mainland. They were all staring at Du Xiaofu curiously. Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, and the others looked at the figure in the sky and gritted their teeth. But at this moment, Garu Maluo and the others were present. They were also on the splendid light avenue. Li Qinfa and the others wanted to take action, but there was nothing they could do. They could only look at the figure that was gritting their teeth in anger. They were helpless against him. I know that all laws are nirvanic. The laws were originally different, but now they are indestructible. This is the meaning of nirvanic. I understand now. Abruptly, a voice reverberated in the air. On the path of light, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes opened as a brilliant light shot out from his mouth. What is the meaning of nirvanic extermination? Life and death is nirvanic. All laws are from the beginning, and they are nirvanic. Buzz! As soon as his voice fell, a majestic energy began to surge in the surroundings. It descended on the splendid light avenue and formed an energy vortex above his head, connecting the heavens and the earth. Walala! The energy of the heavens and the earth was very strange. There was not much energy fluctuation, only ancient runes flashing in the sky. At this moment, there were dazzling runes flashing on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body. As his skin vibrated, an ancient and shocking power was emitted. In the end, it resonated with the heavens and the earth, producing the sound of wind and thunder, echoing in the sky. The runes overflowed and finally affected the entire Splendid Light Avenue. At this moment, the Splendid Light Avenue seemed to have come alive. It was affected by something and began to fluctuate. In the end, it wrapped around his body. The ancient runes flashed like a river of stars flowing in reverse. The vast energy of the heavens and the earth fluctuated. A mysterious power descended and baptized Du Xiaofu's body. Rumble. At this moment, the heavens and the earth changed color. Du Xiaofu's body became more and more crystal clear. A surge of power surged and spread in all directions. That kid is breaking through. Everyone present was a powerhouse of the present age. Naturally, they could see that the young man in the purple battle robe was breaking through on the Splendid Light Avenue. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was breaking through. He had been comprehending nirvana. When he was in Du Xiaoyao's runic space, he finally comprehended something. On the Splendid Light Avenue, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He discovered something and began to comprehend. Du Xiaofu's comprehension was shocking. He had comprehended the ancient stone tablet and comprehended the tyrannical fist path, tyrannical sword path, and tyrannical chi path. At this moment, his comprehension was very smooth. Screech! On the Splendid Light Avenue, all of Du Xiaofu's ultimacy and comprehension flashed. The supreme beast energy of the Golden Winged Rock clan, the star's ultimacy of the Yinyang school, the purple flames of the Purple Flame demonic phoenix clan, the Nether Cave grass ultimacy, the undead grass ultimacy, the true dragon ultimacy, the myriad beast energy, the spiritual thunder in the sky, the magnificent and desolate aura. Chapter 1593. Oh my God! Just how many tricks does that brat have? Those present were the most powerful experts in the world. Their profundities could shake the world, and it was difficult for anyone to cultivate even one of them. But at this moment, the purple-robed youth had gathered all of them on his body, enveloping the surroundings and suppressing the universe. All kinds of profundities appeared, and the vast energy affected time and space, making the experts of the world change their expressions. Boom! In the end, golden light descended from the sky, and Du Xiaofu stood in the air, reaching perfection and advancing a step further. Bang, bang, bang! Thunder rolled in all directions as Du Xiaofu was entwined by the magnificent light, Great Tao. It was as if the river of stars was flowing in reverse. In heaven and earth, Marshall reigned supreme, looking disdainfully in all directions. He's a Nirvana Grand Supreme who has stepped into Nirvana! The experts of the world exclaimed, and their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the purple-robed youth. He was sparkling and translucent, and a powerful and mysterious aura pervaded the air. He merged with heaven and earth, causing heaven and earth to resonate. That was a supreme being of heaven and earth, a godlike youth. It was as if a god had descended. Only those familiar with that youth knew that he was a demon king. At this moment, he had reached perfection on the magnificent light, Great Tao, and stepped into nirvana, shining brilliantly in the world. Ha 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 ha, the old lady laughed. That was her grandson. He had broken through on the divine realm's magnificent light, great Tao, and comprehended nirvana. He was the first person since ancient times to be able to shake the world. That brat has broken through and is a nirvana grand supreme. He can even comprehend nirvana like this. How powerful! Legalism is probably regretting it so much that their intestines are green. Many glanced at legalism's Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi with faint mockery. They were watching the show. First, Du Xiaofu's father killed legalism, and then Du Xiaofu broke through again, shaking the world and dazzling the world. Legalism missed out on such a heavenly talent. Du Xiaofu was in the air, and his entire body was wrapped in ancient symbols. His body was bright and lustrous and flawless, and his eyes were clear and deep. At this moment, in the depths of Du Xiaofu's eyes, when they opened and closed, there was a golden light that resembled thunder and lightning. In the end, everything gradually calmed down. Du Xiaofu stood on the splendid avenue, looking down at the sky with a strange expression. Soon after, he felt many burning gazes directed at him. Looking over, he saw Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, and the other legalism people. Du Xiaofu immediately understood. This was the passageway that led to the divine domain. His cultivation would be suppressed, and those who surpassed the divine domain would not be able to enter. Therefore, they could only stare at him, unable to do anything to him. Du Xiaofu roughly sensed the time and looked around. Afterwards, a smile appeared in his eyes. He raised his head and gazed into the depths of the avenue of radiance. He narrowed his eyes and then turned back to look at Qin Tianshi and Li Qinfa. He said, "Qin Tianshi, Li Qinfa, you two old bastards. The people from the school of legalism should have all entered the divine domain, right? Brat, how dare you?" Being directly called by his name and threatened, Li Qinfa was enraged. But at this moment, Li Qinfa's heart was filled with dread. That brat could already sweep away his peers. Now that he had broken through, his strength was even more shocking. More importantly, that brat was a supreme Nirvana realm expert and a grand supreme Nirvana realm expert. When he entered the divine domain, how many people could be his opponent? Thinking of this, Li Qinfa's heart trembled fiercely. Old fogey, do you think I don't dare? Just wait for the younger generation of legalism to be kicked out one by this emperor. Any opportunity has nothing to do with you legalism. Du Xiaofu sneered. On the splendid avenue, who would he be afraid of? Facing Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi, he was absolutely not afraid. He said in a deep voice, "If you two old fogies are not convinced, come up and fight if you have the ability. If you can come up, I'll kill you on the spot." At this moment, Du Xiaofu was full of confidence. As long as Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi could come up to the splendid avenue, they would definitely kill the two old fogies. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was also very surprised. After breaking through, his cultivation had already stepped into the Nirvana realm. However, on the splendid avenue, it seemed that he had not been suppressed back to the Nirvana realm. He had been maintaining a new height. His body was filled with endless energy, as if he could crush rocks, move mountains, and overturn seas and shatter the void. This made Du Xiaofu want to find an expert to fight and verify his current cultivation. "Little bastard, when you come out, I'll tear you into pieces." Li Qinfa was so angry that his face was flushed red. His eyes were burning with anger. He did not have the demeanor of an old ancestor. From the moment he came out of seclusion to being abused and even being slapped, all of this was because of Du Xiaofu. At this moment, he was pointed at by Du Xiaofu and scolded. Li Qinfa's feelings in his heart could be imagined. He was already going crazy and did not care about his image. "Do you have the ability?" The old lady glanced at Li Qinfa in the distance. She did not take it to heart, but the warning in her eyes was self-evident. She did not hide the frightening coldness in her eyes. Then she looked at the sky and counted to Du Xiaofu. "Child, your father has appeared." He has already entered the divine realm. Is the drunkard's father out? Du Xiaofu's eyes immediately surged with golden light, revealing a happy expression. There was finally news of his drunkard's father, and he had even entered the divine realm. Rumble! Suddenly the sky trembled. From the depths of the splendid avenue, rays of light swept down and condensed into several figures that fell from the sky, one after another. They were a few middle-aged and young men. Their faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with fear. "What did you guys suffer?" someone asked, wanting to know the situation inside. However, all the experts were not surprised. Rumor had it that not long after the divine realm opened, there would be people who were killed or met with danger, and finally sent out of the divine realm. Someone started a massacre inside and stole the Qingquan pouches. A middle-aged man came back to his senses. He had just experienced death and had truly walked between life and death. His heart was still trembling, and his body was still trembling. When he saw the experts around him asking him questions, he did not dare to be rude and told them everything while trembling. "Qila!" Another figure fell with a face full of fear and shock. It was a follower of a great family. "I met with danger, and before I could react, I met with disaster." That person spoke, scared out of his wits, and could not calm down. These people who were pushed out of the divine realm stood in midair, their bodies trembling. It seemed that they did not dare to rashly enter again. Last time they had a life-saving talisman, so they could still be safe and sound. If they forced their way in again and met with disaster, then their souls would really be destroyed. They had just faced death, and the aura of death made them feel lingering fear, and their bodies were still weak. "Drunkard's father, I'm coming," Du Xiaofu softly said, facing the magnificent path behind him. Step by step, he stepped onto the runic stairs, as if he was ascending to the heavens. But at this moment, another shocking incident occurred. The talisman stairs beneath Du Xiaofu's feet collapsed inch by inch, and it transformed into ancient talisman markings that dispersed into the surroundings. It was profound and gorgeous, and it caused everyone to exclaim with admiration. All laws follow their origin, and they are often destroyed. So that's how it is. Du Xiaofu softly said, his eyes filled with joy. Step by step, the runes behind him crumbled inch by inch, turning into ancient runes that dissipated. The divine realm's punishment no longer descended. What did he comprehend just now? It's too astonishing. This child is astonishing. He's not an ordinary person. The surrounding experts exclaimed in admiration. They were not mortals, and could feel that the changes caused by Du Xiaofu were inextricably linked to the benefits they had comprehended. He's Du Xiaofu, the great supreme nirvanic, who swept through the 9 great families and dragons. The legalists are pushing out an extraordinary nirvana-level, grand, supreme, nirvana-level expert. That's not all. The school of legalism has provoked a terrifying father and son, as well as many other factions. Rumor has it that legalism did some shameless things to that little guy, personally turning a junior with boundless prospects into a mortal enemy. An expert sighed in a low voice. Legalism's expression became gloomy and ugly. This was a slap in the face. Boom! The entrance to the divine domain was a gate filled with purple mist. There was a resplendent stream of light that was condensed from ancient and mysterious runes. It appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's forehead, flashing with light and carrying with it the aura of reincarnation. It was a secret rune of a talisman. The light of the secret rune jumped, as if it was sizing up Du Xiaofu. But soon after, it directly escaped from Du Xiaofu's forehead and disappeared, leaving Du Xiaofu in a daze. Du Xiaofu clearly felt that the talisman's ciphertext was about to land on his forehead, but for some reason the talisman's ciphertext seemed to sense something and disappeared in the end. Haha! That brat didn't obtain the complete recognition of the divine realm. He didn't obtain a life-saving talisman. Legalism's Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi suddenly laughed, as if they had seen Du Xiaofu being killed in front of their eyes. They had seen with their own eyes that the arrogant brat didn't obtain a life-saving talisman. If he were to suffer an accident in the divine realm, then he would really suffer a calamity. Strange, such a heavenly talent doesn't have a life-saving talisman. The surrounding experts whispered, feeling very strange. Such a heavenly talent didn't obtain the protection of a life-saving talisman. Rumor has it that those of the older generation, or those with the talent and potential to enter the divine realm, but their potential and talent aren't too strong, so they won't obtain the protection of a life-saving talisman. In the divine realm, everything was taken care of by the heavenly talents and the supremes, taking care of the top people in the world. The stronger one's talent, the more protection they would receive. On the other hand, those with poor talent wouldn't even have a life-saving talisman. Strange, the divine realm shouldn't be wrong. Could it be that the brat's talent isn't as strong as we thought? Strange. Du Xiaofu's situation caused a lot of discussion and attracted the attention of the experts of the present age. However, Du Xiaofu didn't care. He directly stepped into the space of the deity domain, and his figure completely disappeared. Chapter 1594. Let's wait. The opening of the Divine Dominion will take at least half a year to 3 years. It's not a short period of time. Let's wait for their triumphant return. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had also entered the Divine Dominion, an expert spoke, waiting for the triumphant return of their disciples in the Divine Dominion. They naturally had to wait here. If their disciples brought back an opportunity, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be targeted. Therefore, they had to wait here personally to ensure that nothing went wrong, especially since this was the last opening of the Divine Dominion. The opportunity was even greater, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. As for whether they would take action when someone came out with a great opportunity, that would depend on the situation. If that kind of opportunity was enough to make them green with envy, no one could be sure what would happen when the time came. However, many experts present were praying that their disciples wouldn't encounter the Demon King, Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian. Du Tingxian had already destroyed his own cultivation. If he couldn't cultivate it back, he wouldn't be a threat. If he wanted to cultivate it back, the chances were slim, unless it was a miracle. Since ancient times, no one had dared to try. However, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was truly unrivaled. Whoever provoked him would definitely be unlucky. With that in mind, many of the supreme experts present glanced towards the school of legalism. The school of legalism was probably the most unlucky one in the world recently. Some people were even looking forward to it. After the Divine Dominion closed, if the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, could obtain a great opportunity to advance further, legalism would definitely be unlucky. Whoosh, whoosh! Gradually, many figures appeared on the Chenhuang mainland. A wormhole opened in the distance. The core experts of various forces were also rushing over. They separated into groups and waited on the Chenhuang mainland. The opening of the divine domain would take at least half a year to 3 years. Although it wasn't a short period of time, for the cultivators present, it was just a short period of time. In the long years of cultivation, it wasn't considered much. What the powerhouses of the various large forces were most worried about was whether or not the disciples and descendants of their sects would be able to obtain lucky chances in the realm of the gods and bring thousands of years of fortune to their sects and families. Do you think you can still come out? Kid, without the life-saving talisman, you're dead for sure. On a mountain peak, Li Qinfa gazed into the depths of the divine domain, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The space of the divine domain was a world of its own. It was an ancient existence, a ruin left behind from ancient times. It was a mythical existence. It was rumored that in the space of the god plane, there were not only caves of ancient sects, but also things left behind by ancient experts. There was even the possibility of ancient demonic beasts. For the space of the divine domain, even for those super experts of the current era, it was only a myth. Ordinary people simply could not imagine how powerful those experts and huge sects in the ancient times were. Great rivers and lofty mountains verdant and lush green. The energy of heaven and earth was rich, and from time to time, ancient runes floated in the air. When this isolated space of the divine domain appeared, it welcomed all living beings with the potential and qualifications to enter from all over the world. Du Xiaofu took a step forward and immediately entered the space of the divine domain. Facing the vast space, the ancient aura was oppressive, as if he had crossed through time and space to enter the ancient times. Du Xiaofu's mind trembled. An enormous skeleton of several thousand feet stretched across the valley, winding its way into the distance. The white bones were eerie and filled with runes. It was filled with an ancient aura, exuding the might of a beast that had passed through the ages. However, the secret bone was already gone. It had been obtained by someone. The skeleton of a giant bird covered the mountains with its wings stretched across several mountain peaks. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its ferocious aura still lingered, causing one's heart to palpitate. There was a deep abyss that stretched across the mountain range. It was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. The abyss surface was as if it had been cut off by a sharp weapon. It was done with a single strike. How terrifying was the strength of the person who did this. In the distance, there was a group of mountain peaks. The mountain peaks were all cut off and smooth. The strength of the powerhouse who did this was unfathomable. What a shocking place! Du Xiaofu stood in the air and looked around. He breathed in the air that came from the ancient times. Standing in this ancient land, he seemed to be able to faintly feel the tyrannical power of the ancient times. It was an era where heroes fought for supremacy. In the ancient times, powerhouses emerged one after another. Geniuses rose together, supremes ran amok, and hundreds of schools of thought contended. It made one's blood boil. Whoosh, whoosh! In the surrounding sky, there were occasionally many figures flitting across the sky. However, they were in groups of 3 or 5. Some were in groups of 7 or 8. However, they formed their own formations and didn't attack each other. Everyone here was in the early stages of the martial domain realm. No one had much of an advantage. Without absolute confidence, no one would take the risk to attack. Some people saw Du Xiaofu. It was unknown if they knew him, but they didn't have the intention to harass him. Du Xiaofu looked around for a while. The space of the divine domain had a total of 33 entrances. At this moment, it seemed that they had all converged into one. He had delayed his breakthrough, so it would be difficult for him to find Du Xiaoyao, Jalokaling, and the others. It was said that the space of the divine domain was as vast as a world. Look for opportunities. After a while, Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared from the spot. He had already delayed his breakthrough, so he didn't want to miss out on opportunities. In the vast space, one could see an endless stream of people. Du Xiaofu truly felt how tempting the space of the divine domain was to the living beings of the world. Roar! There were demonic beasts soaring into the sky, ferocious birds flapping their wings, and figures riding on Dharma artifacts flying across the sky. Bang, bang, bang! Wherever there were people, there would be disputes. Occasionally, there would be shocking battles that resounded in all directions. Du Xiaofu didn't pay attention to them. He didn't recognize those people either. His sharp primordial spirit didn't sense any familiar auras. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu stopped in midair. He looked into the distance and looked into the depths of a vast mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, Du Xiaofu's redbone horse, monkey primordial spirit, felt a kind of energy fluctuation. The fluctuation should have come from a kind of treasure medicine, and it wasn't an ordinary treasure medicine. As expected of the space of the divine domain, there's already a harvest. Du Xiaofu's eyes were smiling. Then he turned into a golden rainbow and disappeared in midair. Golden sun, spiritual fruit. A moment later, in the vast abyss, Du Xiaofu held a glittering, translucent spirit fruit in his hand. It was pulsing with energy. This was a kind of treasure medicine. It was probably at least 8,000 years old. The surge of energy made Du Xiaofu's eyes light up. His heart beat along with the energy fluctuation. It was rumored that the Golden Sun's spiritual fruit was very useful to experts of the domain realm. My luck is not bad. Du Xiaofu put away the Golden Sun's spiritual fruit with satisfaction. Then he rushed out of the mountain range and the abyss. Kid, what did you just get? Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. Just as Du Xiaofu rushed out of the abyss, a group of figures suddenly appeared. There were men and women, old and young. There was a total of 10 people. Their eyes were cold and mocking. Du Xiaofu got off to a bad start and was robbed. This kid doesn't seem to have a life-saving charm. It seems like he doesn't have any talent. He must have forced his way in. Haha, he dares to enter the space of the divine domain with such talent? He's courting death. Someone noticed that Du Xiaofu didn't have a life-saving charm in between his eyebrows. Immediately, they roared with laughter and no longer put Du Xiaofu in their eyes. Du Xiaofu looked at the 10 people around him. There was a light in between their eyebrows. Looking carefully, it was a series of ancient ciphertext. He had seen it at the entrance of the divine domain, but it disappeared in front of him. Life-saving charm! Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, feeling very depressed in his heart. Why was it that everyone seemed to have a life-saving talisman, but he didn't? Could it be that the space of God's domain had punished him? So it was a punishment for him? If that was the case, the punishment was too heavy. Du Xiaofu felt depressed and annoyed. Kid, are you an idiot for not speaking? Quickly hand over the Qinquan bag. Otherwise you'll die. A burly man looked at Du Xiaofu and shouted. At first he wanted the treasure, but now he wanted the Qinquan bag. He didn't put Du Xiaofu in his eyes. Chapter 1595. Hand over your cosmos bags and get out of here. Du Xiaofu finally opened his mouth. Since they had been robbed, he was feeling depressed and did not have a good temper. Moreover, to Du Xiaofu, it was good enough that he did not rob others. Since someone had robbed him, how could he let it go? This was his old profession. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the 10 people were startled. Then a cold sneer appeared in their eyes. This was the divine domain. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, they would be suppressed to the martial domain realm. Everyone was at the same cultivation level. Now that there were 10 of them, no matter how strong the other party was, 10 against 1, they would definitely win. Brat, you're courting death. A big man shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He immediately attacked, not wanting to talk nonsense. It was not the first time they had done something like this. Then, everything went beyond the 10 people's expectations. An unforgettable scene happened, which made them tremble with fear. Bang, bang, bang! With a series of muffled sounds, the 10 people exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Then, they were enveloped by a mysterious light and disappeared. Not even the bloody mist was left. Dozens of cosmos bags also appeared in Du Xiaofu's hands. Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand. Golden light burst out, trying to imprison that mysterious light. That was a life-saving talisman, which aroused Du Xiaofu's curiosity. However, that mysterious light could not be immobilized and disappeared instantly. So strange. It seems to contain many profound techniques. Du Xiaofu felt that the mysterious light was similar to the runes on the splendid light avenue outside. He decided to find a chance to study it. Maybe he would find something special. After opening the dozens of cosmos bags, Du Xiaofu gained a lot. Then he put them away and left. Du Xiaofu wanted to enter the depths of the divine domain to search for opportunities. He also wanted to find Du Xiaoyao, Dongli Jiao the general, the silver-winged demonic condor, and Gui Che as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu was slightly worried about the shameless legalism. There was a chance that the legalism's members would take action against the people around him in God's domain. This wasn't the first time the legalism had done something like this, so he had to be careful. At the same time, on the Chenhuang mainland, 10 figures fell at the same time. When they stabilized their bodies, Their eyes were filled with shock. The 10 of them were actually killed in an instant. If it weren't for their life-saving talismans, their souls would have been destroyed by now. The 10 of them raised their heads and looked at the god's domain. They were hesitating whether they should enter the god's domain to search for opportunities after losing their life-saving talismans. Whoosh, whoosh! In the end, the 10 people couldn't resist the temptation. After stabilizing their emotions and suppressing the fear in their hearts, they still chose to enter. The temptation of the divine domain was a fatal temptation to cultivators. It was irresistible. Whoosh, whoosh! Du Xiaofu flew in the god's domain. Along the way, he encountered more and more people. There were countless ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts. However, he didn't encounter any robberies in places where there were more people. Quick! The senior brother in front sent a message. A great treasure has appeared up ahead. Don't let others beat us to it. Many figures flew in one direction, flying in the air. A treasure has appeared. Du Xiaofu's sharp, primordial spirit probed. His eyes immediately lit up. How could he miss it? He immediately blended into the crowd. In the huge crowd, no one would notice him. There were so many living beings in the world. Although the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's name had spread across the world, not everyone knew the Demon King. Flying in the air, many figures were flying in the same direction. They were from various factions. These people should have the means to communicate with each other. Once they discovered a treasure and needed to fight for it, they would inform their fellow sect members and allies to help. A large number of people surged. Du Xiaofu blended in with the crowd. He felt that the treasure ahead was definitely not simple. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. Along the way, Du Xiaofu even saw many disciples of the top factions in the 9 prefectures. Roar! The vast valley had an ancient aura. Faint beast roars could be heard, shaking one's soul. At least 2,000 figures gathered in front of the valley. They were all here for the treasure. Du Xiaofu blended in with the crowd and looked into the deep valley. Occasionally, the roars of demonic beasts would be heard. They were very shocking, as if they came from ancient times. Purple Feather Sect, believers of legalism. Suddenly, in front of the valley, Du Xiaofu saw some familiar figures. Although he hadn't interacted with them before, he had seen them in legalism. The Purple Feather Sect of the Yu Prefecture was a believer of legalism. Currently, many disciples of the Purple Feather Sect were entrenched in front of the valley. They seemed to be guarding the valley, preventing anyone from entering. There was even a 9-star initial ascension talisman array in front of the valley. It enveloped the valley, preventing anyone from entering. However, it was obvious that the disciples of the Purple Feather Sect had underestimated the temptation of the treasure hunt. For some reason, they had leaked the news and attracted more than 2,000 people. Everyone here was in the initial martial domain realm. Hence, the 20 or so disciples of the Purple Feather Sect were quite fearful of the thousands of people who were rushing over. Furthermore, there were many violent, demonic beasts and disciples of other factions among the people who had come. Their tempers weren't very good. When a treasure appears, the fated ones will obtain it. Everyone can fight for it. What is the Purple Feather Sect trying to do? Does the Purple Feather Sect not care about others? Open the talisman array and let us in. Loud shouts rang out one after another. Many people were furious. Their auras were overbearing and they were about to attack. Don't make a ruckus. Our Purple Feather Sect discovered it first. A disciple of the Purple Feather Sect shouted and mustered his courage. However, he didn't have much confidence in the face of 2,000 people. There were even more people rushing over. However, Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the valley. Even though the talisman array was blocking him, he could still feel the shocking energy fluctuations coming from inside. The energy fluctuations were extremely shocking. There were talisman scripts spreading out from the depths of the valley. The roars of beasts were shocking. There was an ancient and boundless aura, as if it came from ancient times. What treasure is that? It should be very powerful. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. There was some yearning on his face. The treasure in the valley must be extraordinary. The purple feather sect is too much. It was clearly discovered by many people. Why should they take it for themselves? Let's charge in. With the treasure in front of them, the crowd was furious. Their auras surged, and they were about to break the talisman array. A few thousand people together could easily break through the talisman array. That talisman array is extraordinary. It might be difficult to break through it. There were many talisman array masters present. Their eyes lit up. They could see that the talisman array wasn't simple. It wouldn't be easy to break through it. Humph, you should think carefully. There are people of legalism inside. If you want to break through, you won't be able to bear the price. A disciple of the Purple Feather sect spoke. Legalism was mentioned. There were people of legalism in the valley at the moment. Legalism, those who could enter the divine domain had some background. They knew what legalism represented. Immediately, some people's eyes twitched. They weren't afraid of the Purple Feather sect. However, they couldn't help but be wary of legalism. Legalism? So what? Do you think you can take the treasure for yourself? A young man shouted in front of the crowd. He was also from a large sect and had a powerful orthodoxy behind him. Chi. At that moment, a figure rushed out from the talisman array. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation and a dazzling talisman array shot out like lightning. The powerful energy fluctuation was like an arrow leaving the bow. It was as powerful as lightning and instantly hit the young man who had shouted. Bang! With a dull sound, the young man's figure directly shattered. Then he was wrapped in mysterious talisman array and disappeared. He had been killed on the spot. An unordinary youth appeared here. His aura was extremely powerful. He stood there unordinary, and as he looked around, his eyes carried disdain and contempt. My school of legalism is inside. Who dares to barge into the formation? Are you all looking to die? Oh no, it's someone of legalism. Everyone's expression changed. They were absolutely terrified. Those who were closer to the extraordinary young man quickly retreated. There were many ferocious birds in the air. Some of the demonic beasts had ominous glints in their eyes. However, facing the legalism young man, they immediately restrained themselves. The young man proudly looked at the people in front of the valley and said, "Of course, everyone can fight for the treasure. My legalism is not unreasonable. 200 people can enter the valley and fight for the treasure together. The number of people is limited. Those who sign up first will go in. As for the rest, leave early." Hearing this, some people in front of the valley hesitated. However, there were also people who immediately signed up. They had forgotten that they were about to break through the talisman array. Under the intimidation and temptation, the number of people who signed up immediately exceeded 200. 200 people are enough. The rest of you can leave. The legalism young man said arrogantly. Those who did not sign up were disappointed. Those who signed up smiled and looked forward to it. They hoped that they would have a chance to obtain the treasure. Although there were still some people who were dissatisfied, no one dared to say anything. Legalism is really shameless. I'm afraid there is a huge danger inside. Find some people and use them as cannon fodder. A mocking voice came out from the crowd. Who is it? Get out here. A terrifying aura suddenly shrouded Du Xiaofu. The voice was deafening. The young man's eyes were filled with killing intent. If I come out, you will run away. Du Xiaofu's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward amidst the commotion. In an instant, every gaze in the valley landed on Du Xiaofu's body. The legalism young man's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Du Xiaofu. In an instant, his arrogant face was filled with fear and shock. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Du Xiaofu, it's you! A shocked voice came out from the legalism young man's mouth. He could not help but tremble. Qin Jia, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant outside. Du Xiaofu said with a faint smile. The young man was none other than the legalism young man, Qinjia. At this moment, Du Xiaofu knew that there must be a huge danger in the valley. Qinjia had come out to find someone, not to fight for the treasure, but to bring some cannon fodder inside. However, encountering the Purple Feather sect and the legalism young man here, Du Xiaofu could not help but feel that it was a small world. Chapter 1596. Is he the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? Why would the ferocious Demon King appear among us? The Demon King, Du Xiaofu's reputation had already spread far and wide. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Du Xiaofu. They were astonished. What are you trying to do? Our people are all inside. You won't get away scot-free. Qinjia looked at Du Xiaofu, who was walking out. His heart was trembling, and he felt an unknown fear. There are still people from the legalism inside. That's great. I don't have to look for them anymore. Du Xiaofu revealed a pleasantly surprised smile as he walked towards Qinjia. Run! Qinjia was afraid. He gritted his teeth and weighed the pros and cons immediately. He turned around and fled. He wanted to escape back into the array. At that time, he would be more confident in dealing with Du Xiaofu. As for the 20 or so Purple Feather sect disciples outside, he didn't have any hope at all. The surrounding people and the Purple Feather sect disciples were stunned. No one had expected that the dignified disciple of the legalism would turn around and flee after seeing Du Xiaofu. Still want to run? Just as Qinjia turned around and fled, a calm voice sounded. The void fluctuated and golden light spread out. Qi! Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Qinjia like a ghost. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Qinjia's neck. The disciple of the legalism, who was high and mighty in the eyes of the world, was grabbed by Du Xiaofu like an eagle grabbing a chick. Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? Our people are inside. They won't let you go. Qinjia's eyes were filled with fear. His voice was hoarse, and his face was flushed. Blue veins popped out on his face, and he looked ferocious. Go out, and remember to tell those old fogies from the legalism. I'll kill every one of them I see. I'm serious. Bang! By the time Du Xiaofu finished speaking, Qinjia had already been crushed in the void, turning into a mist of blood. After Du Xiaofu quickly took the Qinquan bag, he wanted to imprison the life-saving talisman again. However, he was still unable to do so. He could only watch as Qinjia was taken away by the life-saving talisman. He was unable to kill him completely. Those who believe in legalism kill them all. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept past the 20-plus Violet Feather Sect disciples, and he attacked once again. The disciples of the Purple Feather Sect were not true martial domain realm beginners. They only possessed the strength of a martial domain realm beginners in the divine domain. Not to mention that Du Xiaofu was already strong enough to crush everyone at the same level. Now that Du Xiaofu had broken through to Nirvana realm, his cultivation and strength were not suppressed at all. How could these disciples of Purple Feather Sect be his match? Bang, bang, bang. A low, dull sound was heard as dozens of Qinquan bags appeared in Du Xiaofu's hands. Dozens of Violet Feather Sect disciples were instantly killed, and they were wrapped in the life-saving talisman and left. Qi-la! A strange rune erupted from Du Xiaofu's palm, and it seemed to be connected to the divine domain. It was something that Du Xiaofu had comprehended when he was on the magnificent light path. It actually imprisoned the life-saving talisman for a moment, but it soon lost its effect. The life-saving talisman, along with the Violet Feather Sect disciples, continued to mysteriously disappear in an instant. Du Xiaofu did not hesitate, and a look of joy appeared on his face. At least he had made a new discovery about the strange, life-saving talisman. Then his body was shrouded in golden light, and he directly entered the talisman array and disappeared. As for the people in the valley, Du Xiaofu did not care about them. It had nothing to do with him, and he did not need their help to deal with the people of legalism. Although these people were not a mob, they were definitely not of much use. Inside the valley it was silent. Seeing Du Xiaofu instantly kill more than 20 people of the same cultivation level as him, like a tiger in a flock of sheep, the surrounding creatures were shocked. They could not believe it, and they could not calm down. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is too terrifying, someone exclaimed, and his heart trembled. It was rumored that the Demon King Du Xiaofu was the #1 person of the younger generation in Kyushu, and he could be compared to the peak of the younger generation of the 9 great families. He lived up to his reputation. The deep valley was silent, and it was somewhat dark. In front of them there were a few ancient towering trees that were more than 100 zhang tall, and it was shocking. What was even more shocking about these towering trees was that they did not have any leaves. They were like dead trees that had lost their vitality. However, the canopy of the trees covered the sky and the sun, shrouding the originally dim vision. Only a little light was able to shine through the layers of branches into the deep valley. It was very strange. The entire deep valley was filled with an ancient aura of desolation. It was like an ancient battlefield, and the air was also filled with a kind of chill. Under a large tree, there were dozens of figures sitting cross-legged with their backs against the tree. Their bodies emitted a bit of pressure and a bloody aura. Some of them had bloodstains and injuries on their bodies, but they were quickly recovering. There was no doubt that these people had just experienced a shocking battle. There was a young man who seemed to be the leader of the group, and he was very extraordinary. If Du Xiaofu were here, he definitely would not be unfamiliar. Li Chuya of Legalism, whom he had fought on the Legalism Martial Proof platform. He was an extraordinary existence, and his talent was one of the peak existences of his generation in legalism. At this moment, there were around 50 people around Li Chuya. There were only a few disciples of the Purple Feather sect, but there were around 30 followers of legalism. There were only around 10 true disciples of legalism, and his status was the highest among them. It could be seen invisibly. Those lions roar demonic beetles are too terrifying. They can't be killed, said a young man of legalism. His clothes were tattered, and his aura fluctuated violently. It was obvious that he had just fought a great battle and had consumed a lot of energy. The lions roar demonic beetles come from ancient times, and they have long been extinct in the outside world. Their individual cultivation is not strong, but they live in groups. When they appear, they are densely packed and endless. Their defense is also very strong. It is said that a group of lions roar demonic beetles in the beast sovereign realm can exhaust a martial domain expert to death. The group of lions roar demonic beetles inside are already close to the beast sovereign realm, and some of them seem to have mutated, becoming more and more difficult to deal with and terrifying, said a middle-aged man. He was also a member of legalism, and he was a protector. He had just reached the martial domain realm, and his knowledge was extraordinary. He had read some unofficial history and recognized the lions roar demonic beetles in the valley. The fluctuations in the valley must have been left behind by an ancient expert. It's a pity that those lions roar demonic beetles are blocking the way. It's not that we can't kill them, but we will have to pay a heavy price. Li Chuya frowned. From the situation of the battle just now, if they attacked with all their strength, they would have a chance to kill their way out. However, they would definitely leave behind many corpses, and many people would be killed. The terrifying thing was that those strange lions roar demonic beetles specialized in devouring flesh and bone marrow. In the beginning, they wouldn't immediately kill people, but once they died, it was very likely that the life-saving talisman would only be able to protect the origin spirit and not the flesh and bone marrow that had already been devoured. Just now, more than a dozen followers and a few disciples of Purple Feather sect had been devoured, leaving behind only their origin spirits that had been taken away by the life-saving talisman. Several legalism disciples had been injured, and Li Chuya had consumed a lot of energy, so he couldn't help but be worried at the moment. However, there were astonishing energy fluctuations in the valley. It was definitely left behind by an expert or an ancient expert. This was a great opportunity, and Li Chuya couldn't give it up. Don't worry, when Qinja brings people in, we'll have a chance. The middle-aged legalism protector who spoke at the beginning revealed a smile. When they brought some cannon fodder from outside to stop those lions roared demonic beetles, it would be easy to enter the valley and obtain the treasures. Thinking of this, everyone present also revealed a smile. To them, letting Qinja go out and bring 200 people in was purely to be cannon fodder, just to be food for those lions roared demonic beetles. It's almost time, right? Why hasn't Qinja brought people here yet? Could something have happened? A woman was worried. She was also a legalism person, and her delicate appearance made the disciples of Purple Feather sect and followers secretly size her up. If they could climb up to a higher branch, they would be able to struggle less for at least 300 years in the future. There are many people outside, but there shouldn't be anyone who dares to provoke legalism. With Qinja personally going, there shouldn't be any problem, the middle-aged protector said. He was very confident that there wouldn't be many people who would dare to provoke legalism. Someone's coming. Li Chuya raised his head and looked at the entrance. His vision was dim. Someone was coming. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked into the distance. In the dim vision, there was a figure coming from the entrance. There's only one person, and it's not Qinja. Immediately, someone discovered that there was only one person. Under the probing of the primordial spirit, it wasn't Qinja's aura, so it couldn't escape their probing. Swoosh, swoosh, golden light flashed, and a figure landed, immediately appearing clearly in front of them. He was wearing purple battle clothes, and his face was resolute and determined. His clear eyes were somewhat frightening. Du Xiaofu. When that figure appeared, the expressions of the dozens of figures changed abruptly. All of them stood up and became vigilant. Their gazes immediately landed on Du Xiaofu's body with vigilance. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across Li Chuya and the others, and then he looked into the depths of the valley. Roar! The shocking roars of beasts were like the roars of lions and tigers, shaking people's souls. The air was filled with a desolate aura, and there were rich energy fluctuations coming from the depths of the valley. There should be treasures there. Where's Qinja? The middle-aged legalism protector stared at Du Xiaofu. He was a protector of legalism, and he had seen Du Xiaofu in the legalism era. He had also personally experienced the humiliating history of the patriarch of the legalism era being slapped in the face and being slaughtered by the experts of the golden-winged rock clan. Cold light shot out from his eyes, and killing intent surged. Du Xiaofu's appearance here made him suspect that Qinja had already been killed. I killed him. Du Xiaofu's gaze retracted from the depths of the valley and swept across the middle-aged man, Li Chuya and the others. Faint golden light gushed out from his eyes, and the coldness was undisguised. No matter how strong you are, can you do anything to all of us? There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on coming. The middle-aged protector looked at Du Xiaofu, and his killing intent surged. A cold smile appeared on his face, and he said to the people around him, "Did you see that? This brat doesn't have a life-saving talisman. He might have already died once, and if he dies again, he'll be dead for sure. Haha, he really doesn't have a life-saving talisman on him. Kiki, he really doesn't have a life-saving talisman. He's here to die." Hearing this, the legalism disciples were immediately overjoyed. They looked at Du Xiaofu's forehead, and indeed, there was no trace of a life-saving talisman. As long as they killed him, it would be a real death. Boom! Dozens of people's auras suddenly erupted. At this moment, all of them had the aura of the early martial domain realm. They all knew how strong Du Xiaofu was. However, at this moment, with more than 50 people against one person, they were absolutely confident that Du Xiaofu was here to die. How arrogant! The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth lifted as he looked at the dozens of people who had already vaguely surrounded him. He appeared to be extremely relaxed. However, There was a frightening, stern glint sweeping across those faintly golden eyes of his as killing intent flashed across them. Attack with all your might. Suppress this bastard. The middle-aged protector took the lead and released his aura. Runes shone brightly like a rising sun, and a vast aura accompanied by great pressure. Roar! He activated his martial vein, activated his spiritual vein spirit, and activated the legalism's aura. In an instant, he charged towards Du Xiaofu with a violent aura. Boom! 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 Dozens of auras erupted in the surroundings, rushing into the clouds and shaking the deep valley. Bright and dazzling light illuminated the dark, deep valley. Roar! At this moment, the deep valley was also affected by something. Suddenly, lion roars and tiger roars resounded through the clouds. All of this happened in an instant. Accompanied by the middle-aged legalism protector, dozens of attacks came from all directions towards Du Xiaofu, suppressing Du Xiaofu. He wanted to kill Du Xiaofu directly. Chapter 1597. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, as fast as lightning. However, Du Xiaofu didn't care too much about all of this. He wasn't afraid, even if they were at the same cultivation level. Not to mention that Du Xiaofu's cultivation wasn't suppressed yet. His cultivation was at the nirvanic realm. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly spread out from Du Xiaofu's body, shaking the entire valley. It was as if thunder was rumbling as the aura surged and shook the void. Just as the attacks swept over, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry. Roar! The entire valley rumbled as countless roars reverberated. It was extremely domineering, like a chain of thunder from the 9 heavens. The sound waves swept out like a tsunami, surging in all directions. The towering trees in front of him exploded one after another. The ground exploded, and the mountain rocks turned into fine powder. The sound waves almost shattered the void, causing people's hearts to tremble in fear. Along with the energy ripples of the golden runes, it spread out like a raging ocean, destroying everything. Bang! 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 The middle-aged guardian and Li Chuye's first attacks were destroyed. They couldn't resist the terrifying sound waves at all. Then their defenses were destroyed. Amidst the horror in their eyes, their bodies cracked and exploded. Dozens of people were killed by the sound waves in a short period of time and taken away by the life-saving talismans. Du Xiaofu had made preparations in advance, but he only took away some Qingquan bags. He still couldn't seal those strange, life-saving talismans. The entrance to the valley was a mess, with explosions everywhere. The towering trees were destroyed, and the lion's roar and tiger's roar seemed to have been intimidated and began to quiet down. What's inside? Du Xiaofu looked at the depths of the valley. There were energy fluctuations there. Go in, covered in golden light. Du Xiaofu didn't delay and began to enter the valley. Du Xiaofu didn't let his guard down. Li Chuya and the others didn't dare to enter. There was probably a huge danger inside, so they couldn't be careless. Whoosh! 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 Above the Chunhuang continent, people were falling from the sky. Legalism's Li Chuya and the others appeared. Their eyes were filled with shock, and their faces were gloomy. What happened? Legalism's people asked. Their expressions were also ugly. It's Du Xiaofu. He's attacking us. The middle-aged protector gritted his teeth. He had never thought that Du Xiaofu would be able to kill them with a single roar. His strength was too terrifying. Bastard! Hearing this, many of the legalism elders, Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, and the others coldly shouted. Their expressions were gloomy and ugly. He did it alone. A legalism elder asked. There were more than 50 people, yet they were all killed inside. Just him. Li Chuya gritted his teeth, his face twitching. More than 50 people had been killed by one person with a shout, and he was also one of the top figures of the younger generation of legalism. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face, but it was the truth. Hearing Li Chuya's words, the legalism elders and experts' expressions were gloomy to the extreme. They were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Haha, that little demon king really did make a move. Legalism's nightmare has begun. Legalism is that brat, right? A Nirvana realm expert. What a savage guy. Legalism is shooting itself in the foot. Legalism is probably regretting it so much that its intestines are turning green. Some of the top experts in the surroundings mocked without holding back. They were not afraid of legalism. Humph, Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, and the other legalism experts snorted, but they did not dare to say anything. Legalism had already been targeted by many people. At this moment, they did not dare to casually provoke their opponents. Regret? If I let that brat jump around for a few more days, he'll be dead sooner or later. Li Qinfa said in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh. In the space of the divine domain, many people fell down again. There were disciples from various factions, as well as rogue cultivators. They were all a little unsettled. What they had just encountered was death, and they had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Among them, there were many followers of legalism, as well as disciples of legalism. We've encountered an ancient array. There are ancient beasts' descendants inside. It's too scary. Experts from various factions understood the situation and asked those who had fallen out of the divine domain. They found out about the situation inside. Some people had encountered danger, while others had encountered the ancient beasts' descendants. It's the work of the golden-winged rocks. Their physical bodies are too strong. The desolate nation is besieging us. They have too many people. The desolate nation has our half-step sacred artifact, the sky-shaking plate. The Yin-Yang school is also attacking us. And the Mo family, they're also attacking us. As for the disciples and followers of the legalism school, they were all aggrieved and furious. They had all been killed when they encountered the golden-winged rock. The desolate country, and even the disciples of the Yin-Yang school and Moism school would not be able to escape being surrounded and hunted down. Bastard! The legalism experts were enraged, and their eyes were burning with anger. Icy Ink, old Freakshinghun, are you going to start a war with legalism and break the ancient alliance? Li Qinfa glared at Icy Ink and old Freakshinghun. He did not expect the Yin-Yang school and Mo family to attack legalism. It's no big deal for young people to get into a fight while searching for opportunities inside. If the school of legalism is afraid, just send a message inside and tell the juniors of the school of Yin-Yang to yield to your school of legalism. Old Freakshinghun spoke. Although he was half a generation younger than Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi, his strength was not much weaker. His words were extremely vicious. You, Li Qinfa glared at old Freakshinghun, but there was nothing he could do. We have to continue looking for opportunities inside. After that, the disciples and followers of legalism gritted their teeth and continued to enter the divine domain. They could not resist such a huge temptation. The valley was deep and dark, and an intimidating chill pervaded the air. This place was like an ancient battlefield. The roars of lions and tigers could be heard. In the dim light, there were countless scarlet light, spots the size of small glass balls. They were densely packed and covered the entire valley. Terrifying demonic aura filled the air, causing one's heart to tremble. That is, Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched as he took a closer look. Those were actually countless fist-sized bugs. They were completely black, and their carapaces were filled with demonic aura and strange runes. Their eyes emitted a scarlet light, and they had sharp fangs. They looked sinister and terrifying. Roar! These bugs stared at Du Xiaofu and seemed to be disturbed. They cried out in unison and gathered together. It was like the roars of lions and tigers. It was deafening and shook one's soul. So those beastly roars were actually produced by these bugs. Du Xiaofu was slightly surprised as he looked at those malevolent bugs. They looked terrifying and had powerful auras. Every single one of them was at the transcendent level of the revered beast realm. Some of them were very special. They were dark red, and their auras were even more terrifying. There was a dense pile of these terrifying insects, and all of them had the aura of the beast sovereign realm. There were too many of them to count. If they were in the outside world, they would be able to take down the big sects of the 9 states. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. The dangers in the divine domain were indeed different. Fortunately, although there were many of these bugs, they didn't seem to have reached the initial stage of the beast realm. Otherwise, they would be a nightmare for all living things in the divine domain. These malevolent bugs were entrenched in the depths of the valley. They climbed up the rocks on both sides as if they had their own territory. They didn't attack. Could they be the legendary lion's roar, demonic beetles? Du Xiaofu searched through the heavenly spirit record in his mind and finally found the origin of these malevolent bugs. The lion's roar demonic beetles were capable of devouring flesh and bone marrow. They came out in a swarm, ranging from tens of thousands to millions. They could penetrate Xian Qi defenses and had an indestructible shell. They were extremely terrifying and were a nightmare for cultivators in ancient times. Most importantly, these lions, roar demonic beetles, didn't have any intelligence. They were terrifying creatures that had been demonized. They were incomparably vicious and couldn't be controlled. They only instinctively devoured all living things and weren't afraid of death. Gu! Du Xiaofu sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder Li Chuya and the rest didn't dare to enter, and instead retreated and waited for cannon fodder. It turned out that there were terrifying lions, roar, demonic beetles inside. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment as he looked at the place where the energy fluctuations were coming from. He didn't retreat. His body was wrapped in golden light as he released the supreme aura of the golden rock and stepped forward. Roar! At the same time, the lions roared demonic beetles roared and hissed. The sound shook the clouds. In front of the supreme aura of the golden rock race, their scarlet eyes were clearly fearful. But in the end, the densely packed lions, roared demonic beetles, gathered together and covered the sky. They were so densely packed that they seemed to cut through the void. Together, they pounced on Du Xiaofu with a terrifying Xian Qi. Clang, clang! In front of the golden light, sparks flew and golden spears rang out. Groups of lions, roar demonic beetles were sent flying, making muffled sounds. Rip! But there were also lions, roar demonic beetles that relentlessly bit through Du Xiaofu's Xian Qi defenses and burrowed into Du Xiaofu's body. Even with Du Xiaofu's abnormal body, he felt a burning pain from being bitten by several lions, roar demonic beetles. Rumble! His expression changed. Du Xiaofu quickly activated the immortal Xian body. His body was covered with purple gold Xian lightning, and a domineering and destructive thunder and lightning swept out. Bang, bang, bang! Several lions, roar demonic beetles were instantly shattered. Under the mighty thunder and lightning, the countless lions, roared demonic beetles that were pouncing over seemed to feel something at this moment and immediately retreated. Their scarlet eyes were filled with absolute fear, and they didn't dare to come closer. They are afraid of purple gold Xian lightning. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were filled with joy. Covered with purple gold Xian lightning, he immediately headed towards the depths of the deep valley. There was no obstruction along the way, and the lions, roared demonic beetles, all avoided him. Within the deep valley there was a vast land. The surrounding rocky ground was black, as if it had been corroded by something. It was emitting a frightening Xian Qi. The shocking energy fluctuation came from this vast land. Du Xiaofu's figure stopped and looked ahead. Suddenly his eyes were filled with shock. A huge monster appeared in the center of the deep valley. He could vaguely see that it was the skeleton of a giant bear. It was about 300 meters tall and towered like a mountain. There wasn't any flesh, blood, or fur, as if only the skeleton was left behind after countless years. The flesh, blood, and fur had already turned into ashes. The shocking thing was that the skeleton of the giant bear was completely black. There were strange black runes flickering on it, releasing Xian Qi. And on the top of the giant bear's skull, there was a treasured saber. It had pierced into the space between the eyebrows, from the hard bare bones to the hilt. Chapter 1598. The aura of the giant bear skeleton was astonishing as it soared into the sky. Its cultivation must have reached an astonishing level when it was alive. Du Xiaofu's gaze then landed on the hilt of the blade on top of the giant bear's head. The blade had pierced through the giant bear's hard skull. Based on the strength of the giant bear's cultivation when it was alive, the person who did that must have possessed terrifying strength. The treasured blade was definitely not simple. It was at least an ancient treasure. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu carefully observed the blade. There were no energy fluctuations on the blade. Instead, there was an energy fluctuation on the giant bear's skeleton that made Du Xiaofu's expression change. It slowly spread out and finally rushed towards the blade. However, the blade didn't react at all. What a strange skeleton! Du Xiaofu looked at the giant bear's skeleton. It was pitch black and had strange black runes flickering on it. It was filled with demonic energy. This demonic energy gave Du Xiaofu a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it before. That blade is no ordinary item. In the end, Du Xiaofu's gaze focused on the blade's hilt. It was definitely a treasure from ancient times. Du Xiaofu was very careful. His figure was wrapped in golden light and purple gold xian bombs to protect himself. His figure flew out like a rock spreading its wings. He soared into the sky and turned into a shadow. He grabbed the saber hilt and pulled it out. The blade's hilt was pulled out without a sound. It was a long green blade. Roar, however, at this moment, as the green blade was pulled out, the giant bear's skeleton roared. The black runes on its body erupted as if it had come alive. A strange black light shot out from its withered eyes. Rumble. The light was pitch black and demonic energy surged. Accompanied by a vast destructive force, it enveloped Du Xiaofu. As the light enveloped him, Du Xiaofu's vision darkened. It was as if he had suddenly appeared in a strange space. It was a vast world with traces of Kyushu's beast region. Countless figures stepped into the air, and each of their auras was powerful enough to cause the world to tremble. There were countless ferocious birds and giant beasts that covered the sky. The terrifying aura caused Du Xiaofu's heart to tremble, and he felt that he was insignificant. Those terrifying existences were all experts between heaven and earth. Their auras were far stronger than Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi. Roar! In the depths of the heavens and earth, dark clouds rolled over. Demonic qi overflowed and destroyed the heavens and earth. Everywhere it passed, it turned everything into darkness and turned into a demonic domain. Woo woo! That terrifying demonic qi made people despair. Countless demonic creatures surged out, destroying everything. Even those terrifying experts were swept in. In the end, everything turned into darkness, and the cries of ghosts and gods reverberated in the world. Demonic qi wreaked havoc, devouring everything and turning the land into a demonic domain. Rumble! Suddenly, above the devil domain, purple gold lightning descended. It pierced through the darkness, destroyed the evil, and swept through everything. Rumble! At this moment, when the giant bear skeleton shot out a pitch-black light, Du Xiaofu's purple gold profound bomb also burst out in an instant. Like a nemesis, it directly destroyed the giant bear skeleton. "Who are you?" the giant bear roared, and its deep eye sockets revealed a look of fear. Its voice echoed in Du Xiaofu's ears, and then everything disappeared. Du Xiaofu also appeared in midair, holding the cyan-long saber in his hand. His mind had regained clarity and his heart was palpitating. Fortunately, he had been vigilant and had set up the purple gold xian bomb to protect himself. The strange scene just now had almost swallowed his primordial spirit. Did that happen in ancient times? Could it be the great calamity of heaven and earth? Du Xiaofu frowned. That billowing demonic qi devoured everything. Even those terrifying experts from ancient times couldn't resist it. This made Du Xiaofu deeply shocked. And the purple-gold lightning that appeared at the end, Du Xiaofu felt that it was the purple-gold profound bomb on his body. What is the great calamity of ancient times? What is it that swallowed so many experts from ancient times? Du Xiaofu was shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. The scene just now was too shocking. Phew! Then Du Xiaofu calmed down and looked at the long green saber in his hand. This long green saber was much longer than an ordinary saber. On the blade there was an oppressive aura. The tip of the saber rose, outlining a perfect arc. This long saber looked calm, but Du Xiaofu felt an invisible sharp aura in his heart. Its material and aura were very strange. It didn't seem like a Tao instrument, nor a sacred instrument. Qi. After a moment of hesitation, Du Xiaofu formed a hand seal. A drop of golden essence, blood, dripped into the long saber to see if it could recognize him as its master. Drip, however, as the drop of golden essence blood dripped, the long green saber didn't react. What is this thing? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. After pondering for a moment, he formed a hand seal again. A majestic primordial spirit aura surged around him, and a silver-gold beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows. Qi. In the next moment, the silver-gold beam of light shot into the long saber like a bolt of lightning. Buzz! At this moment, the long green saber, which didn't react just now, suddenly buzzed with the sound of wind and thunder. A dazzling rune light flowed out from the entire body of the saber, and a majestic aura suddenly burst out from the saber. This aura was so majestic that it could suppress souls. Hula! In an instant, a green rune light pillar on the long green saber directly shot into Du Xiaofu's eyebrows and rushed into his mind. The light was so dazzling that Du Xiaofu immediately closed his eyes. The green rune light was so dazzling that it turned into a huge amount of information in Du Xiaofu's mind. The illusionary saber formation, used when I was young. For a time I was unstoppable. I once destroyed a strong enemy. I missed it, so I refined it to express my nostalgia. With a little profound meaning, the fated one will obtain it. A voice reverberated in Du Xiaofu's mind. That voice seemed to be familiar, and it could cause the purple, lightning, profound cauldron in his body to roar. After a moment, the green rune light dissipated and disappeared. The majestic aura on the long green saber didn't decrease at all. It shot into the sky and shook the void. Under the fierce aura, the space trembled. Circles of pitch-black spatial cracks that were difficult to detect with the naked eye appeared on the edge of the saber. A strange and mysterious green rune connected with Du Xiaofu's palm, and finally the rune merged into Du Xiaofu's palm. Swoosh! When Du Xiaofu's closed eyes suddenly opened, he waved his hand. The long green saber turned into a green streamer, and then strangely returned to his right hand. In an instant, it left a faint green saber mark on Du Xiaofu's palm. At this moment, the majestic and fierce aura around the deep valley disappeared, and everything calmed down. The illusionary saber formation. Du Xiaofu muttered softly. He revealed a look of surprise. From the information of the green saber, he knew that the sharp green saber was not a Tao artifact or magic artifact. It was a set of arrays, a set of saber arrays. This saber formation was called the illusionary saber formation, and only a spiritual talisman master could activate it. Combined with the heaven, earth, yin-yang, and six directions technique, it had endless changes. When activated to the extreme, there could be 9,999 sabers. Once activated, the power was so great that it could cut through the void. However, this illusionary saber formation had extremely high requirements for the primordial spirit power. The stronger the primordial spirit power, the more saber shadows could be activated. Each saber shadow needed the primordial spirit power to be controlled precisely. A spiritual talisman master's method. Du Xiaofu smiled. This illusionary saber formation was a spiritual talisman master's method. Once activated, its power was great, and it was suitable for him. Although the primordial spirit power was not weak, Du Xiaofu didn't have many methods as a spiritual talisman master. Except for the mysterious soul pupil, Sumeru illusion, soul-destroying spirit needle, talisman formation, and refining puppets, he didn't have any other methods. Generally speaking, although the power of a talisman formation was great, the consumption was also great. Using puppets was generally suitable for group attacks. At this moment, although the illusionary saber formation was not a pure soul attack method, it was suitable for him. It could make him a spiritual talisman master, like a tiger with wings. Good stuff. This trip was worth it. Du Xiaofu's eyes were smiling. With the lion's roar demonic beetle outside, he wasn't worried that someone would barge in. With a thought, a green rune flew out from his right palm. A green stream of light instantly surged out. It was the green saber. Buzz, according to the information he had just obtained from the illusionary saber formation, Du Xiaofu began to try activating the illusionary saber formation. Profound qi and primordial spirit power were injected at the same time, causing the green saber to emit waves of wind and thunder. Obviously, activating the illusionary saber formation was not an easy task. In addition to having an extremely strong primordial spirit power, one also had to have a certain level of understanding of formations. Moreover, it wasn't ordinary knowledge of formations. It was a good thing that Du Xiaofu had absolute qualifications for these two things. His knowledge of array formations was similar to the heavenly spirit record. In the ancient space, countless creatures rushed in, searching for their own opportunities. Many creatures went from being afraid of each other in the beginning to fighting each other for opportunities. In the space of the divine domain, demonic beasts obviously had a lot of advantages compared to humans. There were disputes everywhere. Since everyone was at the same level, this kind of dispute became more and more explosive and shocking. In the mountains, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was dense. A middle-aged man walked out. Blazing flames from his body swept out like rolling lava. He was like a sovereign of fire. Dozens of figures turned into ashes in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. "Find Du Tingxian and his son for me." The man spoke. His eyes were like flowing lava, causing people to tremble in fear. Yes, yes. Behind the middle-aged man, many figures nodded. They turned into streams of light and immediately dissipated in the surroundings. Chapter 1599. Du Tingxian, we will meet again. The middle-aged man murmured softly. He then waved his hand, and the ground in front of him cracked with a rumbling sound. The ground cracked open like an abyss, and a blazing aura surged out. There was actually a dormant volcano hidden in this place. Whoosh! The middle-aged man's figure flew out and then directly entered the boiling magma eye. Rumble! Everything around them disappeared. The cracks in the ground closed as if nothing had happened. The vast water region was filled with fog. This was a corner of the divine plane. Rumble! The void rumbled and huge waves appeared in the water region. A man and a woman were fighting in the void. Every move they made could tear the void apart. The man was surrounded by endless hot magma. His body was covered with ancient flame armor. His eyes were like two volcanoes that could burn and destroy everything. The woman was captivating. Her body was graceful, just like an immortal. Her eyes rippled with starlight, and her pupils were like the stars. Even though she was in the middle of an intense battle, she still looked otherworldly. Boom! When the woman made her move, waves of mystical aura spread out from her body. Her dress fluttered, and the multicolored light around her was like the revolving fluctuations of stars. Her beautiful figure carried a kind of transcendent holiness, causing the hearts of those who looked at her to ripple. The man looked like a young man. His attacks were violent and fierce. His blazing aura shrouded the void like countless volcanoes erupting. Star seal. The woman raised her wrist, and mysterious runes gushed out from her hand seal. They turned into a hand seal that was like a star in the night sky, releasing its light. It brought with it a vast aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The entire space around the water region also dimmed. This hand seal was terrifying. It swallowed all light. It was as if the space around the water region had suddenly fallen into the night sky. Its power was unparalleled and suppressed the sky. Fire Supreme Finger. The man attacked. His finger seal was like an erupting volcano, destroying the terrifying hand seal. The woman's figure moved horizontally. She activated her beast energy. The shadow of a strange beast was like a living creature. It flapped its wings and swept out. Roar! The man waved his hand. Rolling magma condensed into a shocking fire beast and collided with it. This man and woman fought fiercely. Every move they made could shatter space, yet they also carried an indescribable aura. This was a battle between geniuses, a showdown between supreme martial artists. Rumble, these two people were too terrifying. Every single move they made was vast and mighty, causing space to collapse. It was sufficient to look down upon those of the same generation and shock the world. It's too powerful. Can the Saintess withstand it? Don't worry, the Saintess will definitely be able to withstand it. There were 40 to 50 people watching from afar. Many of them had extraordinary auras, but they didn't dare to get close to such an astonishing battle. They didn't dare to be affected by it. The School of Yin-Yang is indeed quite capable. They actually produced such an extraordinary junior. How interesting! Above the void, the young man's armor was suffused with raging flame runes, and his bearing was unparalleled. Fire Cloud, Evil God, Dugafenshin, you actually appeared again. The woman spoke, possessing astonishing charm. Every frown and smile was exceptional. It's a pity that you're still weak. It's not enough. The ancient flame armored man laughed loudly. His strength increased, and surging flames shot out from the void, enveloping the sky and burning the world. The woman was moved. Her clothes fluttered and her hair surged. Her eyes shone brightly, and starlight filled the sky. Accompanied by the yin and yang energies, it enveloped her body, revealing an indescribable majesty and holiness. However, at this moment, the exceptional woman was actually being suppressed. That flame-armored youth was too powerful, unimaginably powerful. The surrounding people were worried. Their expressions were serious, and they could see the situation. However, they were powerless. They couldn't participate in such a battle. Boom! In midair, the water exploded. The woman and man exchanged a palm strike. The sky rumbled, and resplendent runes erupted. The woman was blasted back. Under her black eyebrows, the starlight in her eyes narrowed. Ha 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 ha! I love dealing with people from the 9 great families. Today, I'll deal with you first, and then I'll deal with the rest one by one. I'll sweep through the 9 great families. Fire Cloud, Evil God, Dugafenshin laughed loudly. He was very arrogant, but he didn't make people feel disgusted at all. He had a natural arrogance about him. If I had cultivated for the same amount of time as you, you wouldn't be my opponent. But even so, you can't do anything to me now, the woman said. A lustrous light spread out from her body. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind, setting off her slender and tall body. The yin and yang energies around her surged, turning into black and white light that enveloped her body. Her eyes were as deep as the vast stars. A terrifying power swept out, distorting the void. Wrong. If I wanted to break through, I would have done it long ago. You can't catch up with me. Dugafenshin laughed. He was full of confidence. He condensed a palm strike, and like a magma flow, it was like an inverted volcano, suppressing the woman. Walala! Instantly, the terrifying palm print erupted like an inverted volcano. Endless streams of lava poured down, boundless and boundless, burning the void into nothingness. The terrifying palm strike covered the water and also the woman. The terrifying aura was astonishing, making people tremble with fear. Those figures who were watching the battle from afar were affected, and some people screamed, "Humph!" At this moment, a young snort came from the void, and a small figure appeared above the water. Although the figure was small, its small fist was covered in golden flames. It was incomparably domineering, and it immediately collided with the blazing palm strike. Rumble! Suddenly, the small fist burst out with the supreme power. The golden flames were like the supreme fire, condensing into golden flame runes, causing the void to distort and shatter the blazing palm strike. Walala! Intense, blazing energy accompanied by endless flames spread out in the water. The burning water boiled, as if several volcanoes had exploded at the same time. The destructive energy was enough to destroy all living things. So powerful! Everyone exclaimed, and their hearts trembled violently. That small figure actually had such terrifying strength. At this moment, the Peerless woman was also surprised, and her starry eyes were filled with shock. The void calmed down. The fire cloud evil god Dugafenshin was as still as a mountain. His body was like a boulder, and he was peerless. But at this moment, looking at the small figure that gradually appeared in front of him, he was also surprised, and his volcano-like eyes trembled. In the void of the water, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl appeared. On her young face, there was a pair of eyes that did not match with her peers, and there was a demonic look in them. She was wearing a red dress with star patterns around it. On her chubby face, there was a faint golden brilliance in the depths of her demonic eyes, and there was a supreme, overbearing aura. She turned around and looked at the Peerless woman with an affectionate smile and said in a young voice, "Mother!" The Peerless woman trembled and looked at the little girl. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face, and the starry light flickered. Her beautiful figure immediately soared into the sky and hugged the little girl in her arms and said, "Little star, why are you here? Why are you here?" I sensed Mother's aura, so I rushed over. The little girl's blue-black hair was tied into a ponytail, and there was a vertical rune mark between her eyebrows, which made her look noble and demonic. At this moment, she was smiling, and she looked harmless, not at all like the terrifying existence that had just resisted the fire cloud evil god. And this little girl was Little Star. And the Peerless woman, shrouded in starry light, was Chi-Yi-Shi of the Inyang school, Little Star's godmother. When did the saintess have a daughter? This is a huge matter. The saintess has a daughter, and she is still so powerful. In the distance, the dozens of people from the Inyang school were shocked. The saintess had a daughter. This was definitely a huge matter. Mother and daughter, the fire cloud evil god, was also stunned at this moment, and he looked at Chi-Shi and Little Star with surprise. This guy is called the fire cloud evil god, and he was already famous more than 2,000 years ago. He is a supreme nirvana expert. Chi-Yi-Shi spoke and put down Little Star. She was surprised by Little Star's strength, but she wasn't surprised and told Little Star about the origin of the fire cloud evil god. The fire cloud evil god Dugafenshin was a terrifying existence that had already reached the supreme nirvana realm more than 2,000 years ago. So he is an old monster, just a lesser supreme nirvana expert. There is nothing special about him. Little Star pouted and didn't pay too much attention to it. It seems very strange. The fire cloud evil god Dugafenshin looked at Little Star, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Suddenly, the fire cloud evil god looked at the distant sky, where a dense nether energy was spreading, as if it was overflowing from the 9 underworlds and permeating the void. Just the aura that was spreading out was enough to make one's soul shiver and palpitate. His whole body was shivering. Dugafenshin, what's the point of fighting with some juniors? Come, let's fight. In the distant void, strange black runes rippled out, and a black-clothed youth stood at the end of the void. His eyes were looking down, as if he could see through space. Those deep black eyes seemed to contain the 9 underworlds, and could make one's hair stand on end for no reason, and one's soul would scatter. Nether demon, you have indeed endured until today. At this moment, Dugu Fenshin's expression changed, and he ignored Chi-Shi and Little Star and immediately left. Then the two figures disappeared in the void at the same time, and no one knew where they went. Nether demon, is it him? Another terrifying existence. It seems like many terrifying existences have come in this time. Chi-Shi's curved eyebrows slightly knitted, and then a spiritual radiance flickered in her eyes, and her eyes were filled with wisdom. She asked Little Star, "Where is your father?" "I am also looking for my father," Little Star said. She had also been looking for him, but she hadn't encountered him. "He should have come in, and I will find him." Chi-Shi smiled, and it was charming, like a green lotus, pure and untainted. Buzz, buzz. In the deep valley, wind and thunder were rumbling. Du Xiaofu's body was surrounded by many saber rays, accompanied by runes and saber shadows shuttling back and forth, with endless changes. Chapter 1600. Buzz, buzz. A series of extremely mysterious saber shadows revolved around Du Xiaofu's figure. As the majestic and sharp aura spread out, the saber shadows cut through the void. Under the oppressive sharp aura, the entire space trembled violently. "Withdraw." A moment later, Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal. The series of saber shadows immediately converged into a long green saber. Then it turned into a green stream of light and swept into his palm, leaving a shallow green saber mark. Phew! Deeply exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. After some comprehension and practice, he could already activate the illusionary saber formation to a satisfactory level. Du Xiaofu was very satisfied. When the time came, he would have one more last resort. However, he was still unable to activate the illusionary saber formation to the extreme. This made Du Xiaofu feel a little regretful, but he believed that he would be able to reach that level soon. Crackle! Du Xiaofu stretched his body, and the joints in his entire body emitted cracking sounds. After obtaining such a treasure, this trip was not in vain. Light spread out from the surface of his body, and his skin became crystal clear. Light flickered in his eyes, and it was as if there was a vast galaxy in his eyes. There were flashes of lightning and waves of golden light. Roar! Outside the valley, the lion's roar and tiger's roar sounded again. At the entrance of the deep valley, there was a violent aura rippling, causing the surrounding void to tremble incessantly. Du Xiaofu looked outside the valley and smiled helplessly. Those people outside finally couldn't endure it and barged in. It was probably too late for regrets now. Roar! Inside the deep valley, the lion's roar demon beetles exploded. They were densely packed, layer upon layer. Demonic chi filled the sky, and the sound shook one's mind. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. Some people's bodies were devoured, and in the end, only their primordial spirit was taken away by the life-saving talisman. The creatures outside the valley heard the shocking commotion and calmed down. Moreover, it had been quite some time, so they thought that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the legalism's people were in danger. After that, even the talisman formation outside had been shattered, proving that the legalism person who set up the talisman formation had already fallen. This made them feel that there was a great danger inside. The legalism person and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had most likely met with misfortune. However, there were more than 2,000 of them, so they had something to rely on. Therefore, they entered the deep valley, but who would have thought that they would encounter these terrifying insects? Rumble, even with thousands of people attacking, they were in dire straits. Although they managed to kill countless lion roar demonic armor insects, they still managed to kill several of them. However, the lion's roar demonic beetles were inexhaustible. They were densely packed, causing countless demonic beasts and humans to lose their lives. Why are there so many strange creatures? It's too scary. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, and the legalisms people have all disappeared. How did they get in? We're in big trouble. We can't even escape. Someone cried out in alarm. His expression changed drastically. At this moment, he was trapped deep within and surrounded by those terrifying insects. He couldn't even escape. No matter how strong he was still blocked. Roar! Woo-woo! Some people used their treasures and activated their meridian spirits and martial veins. They attacked with all their might, but it didn't seem to be of much use. In the air, there are many Tao and spiritual treasures floating and suffused with radiance. They were left behind by the fallen. The surrounding people were using all their strength to resist the strange insect swarm. They didn't even have the strength to collect their Tao and spiritual treasures. Some people had fallen, but for some reason, some of them left behind Tao and spiritual treasures in their bodies. They weren't taken away by the life-saving talismans. The life-saving talismans could only take away the Qinkuan pouch. The cultivators' bodies were destroyed and taken away by the life-saving talismans. However, the Tao and spiritual treasures in their bodies weren't taken away and were left behind in the divine domain. Roar! Those lions roared. Demonic beetles devoured the flesh and blood. They sensed the aura of the flesh and blood and seemed to be stimulated. They became even crazier and didn't fear death. Those who want to leave, follow me. A voice came out from the deep valley. Suddenly, purple lightning seeped out from the void. Those lions roared. Demonic beetles were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They evaded amidst strange squeaks and didn't dare approach. Someone walked out from the depths of the deep valley. He was wrapped in purple lightning and had an extraordinary temperament. Wherever he passed, the lions roared. Demonic beetles didn't dare approach. It's the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Someone cried out in alarm. That figure was the demon king, Du Xiaofu, who had originally entered the deep valley. At this moment, he wasn't afraid of the insect swarm and was safe and sound. Let's go, quickly follow him out. Immediately, some people who were afraid were overflowing with joy. They saw a life-saving straw and immediately followed him out. There were also some who were unwilling and wanted to go deeper. The more dangerous the place, the greater the rewards. They were only one step away, but after seeing the terrifying insect swarm obstructing them, the demon king, Du Xiaofu, also came out. In the end, they could only helplessly withdraw. Those who retreated at the back, where the purple gold, profound, lightning aura was weaker, were still attacked by the crazy insect swarm. The lucky ones were wrapped in life-saving talismans and left, while the unlucky ones only left behind their primordial spirits. Before long, everyone had retreated out of the valley. Those lions roared. Demonic beetles seemed to have their own territory and didn't give chase. There were originally more than 2,000 people, but at this moment, 1/3 of them had died. The remaining people were still in a state of shock. Their faces were pale, but they all breathed a sigh of relief. Du Xiaofu walked out of the deep valley with many Tao and spirit treasures in his hands. He was also somewhat puzzled. Many thanks, Rock Emperor. Someone expressed his gratitude to Du Xiaofu. If it weren't for Du Xiaofu's help, their lives would have been in danger. Even if they had life-saving talismans, they would have lost their greatest reliance. Take care of yourselves. Du Xiaofu restrained the lightning on the surface of his body, and his eyes became clear and vast. His figure swept through the sky and turned into a golden rainbow, disappearing in a flash. Demon King Du Xiaofu doesn't seem as savage as the rumors say. If it were those people from the 9 great clans, I'm afraid they wouldn't have helped us. A woman said. She felt that the savage Demon King didn't seem as savage as the rumors said. On the contrary, he was extremely charming and didn't have much of a temper. Of course, when our Shang province suffered the great calamity, many people owed the Demon King Du Xiaofu a favor. A person from Shang province said, the mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see. There was rich energy everywhere. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating outside for several days. If one cultivated here all year round, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Bang, bang, bang. Above a mountain range, the sound of energy colliding was like thunder. Many figures were fighting. One of the forces was obviously no match for them. One after another, they were killed and taken away by their life-saving talismans. Above the void, the most intense battle was between two women and a man. A woman and a man formed a joint attack. The woman was graceful, her feet moving across the space. She looked to be 25 or 26 years old. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. Her temperament was noble, her eyes were vast, and her aura was very powerful. A majestic aura immediately swept out from her graceful and slender body, like an erupting volcano whistling through the air. The woman was a spiritual talisman master. Her bright eyes were covered with a strange color. She had a human, sovereign spiritual root. A terrifying aura filled the air, causing the surrounding void to faintly emit lightning and thunder. The terrifying aura filled the air, causing the Yuan spirit to tremble. This terrifying aura was not to be underestimated. It was probably enough to crush people of the same cultivation level. The man was a martial artist, but his aura was more powerful than the woman's. Waves of vigorous energy swept out. His body was covered with runes, his robes fluttering. His flesh began to spurt out a brilliant light, shining on his bones. An ancient aura flowed on the man's body. It was majestic, like a deity descending to the world. He was extremely powerful. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely recognize these two people as Zhang Yunchuang and Su Haohui from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. These two were defeated by him in the past. The person being attacked by Zhang Yunchuang and Su Haohui was a beautiful woman. She was too beautiful. Her hair flowed down, spreading to her slender back and perky buttocks, adding to her charm. On her beautiful face, her eyes were blurred. Her natural charm was enough to seduce all living things. She was Su Muxin. She also had a human sovereign spiritual root. Her spiritual root transformed into a light that shrouded the void, resisting Zhang Yunchuang and Su Haohui's attacks. The Hahuan school is related to that shameless Du Xiaofu. They should be killed. Zhang Yunchuang said. The surrounding aura surged like the wind and clouds. Runes shone brightly, gathering into a huge storm that swept toward Su Muxin. The energy storm sucked in all directions, as if it was going to swallow the spatial ripples. It was very powerful and terrifying. Runes flashed around Su Haohui's body. His aura surged endlessly, shaking the void and making people tremble. He also blasted toward Su Muxin. Both Zhang Yunchuang and Su Haohui had the power to crush their peers. At this moment, Su Muxin was resisting with all her might. Some blood seeped out from the corner of her red lips. She was at a disadvantage. Roar! Roar! Su Muxin's eyes narrowed. She used all her strength to activate the Kunyin tiger taming technique and turned into a huge white tiger shadow. Dazzling runes bloomed in the sky. The white tiger roared and a murderous aura swept out. The tiger's claws tore through the sky as if it wanted to tear the world apart. Humph! Su Haohui snorted. He joined forces with Zhang Yunchuang. Their aura was monstrous as they blocked the white tiger. 2 against 1. How shameless is the school of vertical and horizontal. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the void, and a purple figure appeared in the battle circle. As the figure appeared, a strange hand seal was formed in his hand. Large amounts of runes lingered on the surface of his body. His aura swept out and connected with the white tiger. At this moment, Su Muxin's eyes rippled. However, at the same time, circles of runes surged out from the surface of her body. They connected with the runes on the purple figure's body. Finally, they gathered together, enveloping the two of them in a circle of light. Whoosh! Suddenly, a vast aura distorted the void. The terrifying power soared like a rocket. It seemed to be able to crush and destroy everything. It was terrifying. Silently, the space there began to change. An invisible pressure descended from the 9 heavens, seeping out from the world. Chapter 1601. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. This pressure made the disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal feel fear. What's going on? Su Haohui and Zhang Yunchuang seemed to have sensed something, and their eyes were filled with shock. Boom! Su Haohui and Zhang Yunchuang used all their strength to activate their martial veins and spiritual roots. A blazing aura surged out, and a mighty soul energy swept out, shattering the void and sweeping out. One origin of heaven and earth. Yin and yang depend on each other. At the same time, Su Mushin and the purple figure shouted at the same time. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have merged into one and communicated with heaven and earth. Both of them surged with multicolored light, and their auras were monstrous. Dazzling talisman runes instantly seeped out from the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated, and an azure dragon coiled above the white tiger's shadow. The dragon soared, and the tiger roared, and the dragon coiled, and the tiger crouched. It was as if heaven and earth had met, and a strange change occurred, causing the surrounding void to emit a chaotic aura and the power to tear the sky apart. The suppressive aura shook people's hearts and made them tremble. Roar! The azure dragon and white tiger shadows roared ferociously, shaking the sky and causing the space to rumble. With a monstrous aura and divine might, they fiercely collided with the two people's mighty attacks. Rumble! Such a collision caused the void to explode, and shocking thunder echoed in the sky. Monstrous light erupted like a torrential ocean, sweeping across the sky. In just a moment, Su Haohui and Zhang Yunchuang were shocked, and shock appeared on their faces. Their attacks began to crack, and they could not hold on any longer, and then completely exploded. Rumble! The talisman shattered, beautiful and destructive, as if heaven and earth were being destroyed. Puff, puff! In the void, Su Haohui and Zhang Yunchuang's bodies were penetrated by the azure dragon and white tiger shadows. Their bodies were directly blasted back, and their eyes were filled with fear, and blood spurted out of their mouths. Demon King Du Xiaofu! Su Haohui and Zhang Yunchuang clearly saw the purple figure, and immediately fear crept onto their faces. Loser! How dare you touch my Hahuan school's disciples and my woman? You're courting death. Du Xiaofu's indifferent voice was filled with undisguised, killing intent. He appeared in front of Su Haohui and threw out a punch. At this moment, the two of them were not on the same level at all. The vast power that distorted the void was incomparably domineering. Su Haohui did not even have the power to resist. His body exploded from the punch, turning into a bloody mist. Kill! Su Mushin also appeared in front of Zhang Yunchuang at the same time. Her voice carried a kind of charm. She waved her hand and clawed down. Dazzling runes erupted, distorting the space. The dazzling light was like the falling moon, crushing Zhang Yunchuang's delicate body. Not good. It's the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Run! When the disciples and followers of the school of vertical and horizontal saw that Su Haohui and Zhang Yunchuang had both been killed, they did not dare to stay and immediately fled. Kill! Du Xiaofu did not hold back. Since the school of vertical and horizontal dared to touch Hahuan school, there was no need for him to hold back. Buzz! With a wave of his hand, a green saber light swept out from Du Xiaofu's right palm. Amidst the sound of wind and thunder, it turned into dozens of saber lights that pierced through the air, killing all the disciples and followers of the school of vertical and horizontal who were fleeing in all directions. Swish! Many Qinkuan bags, Dao artifacts, and even Dharma artifacts were left behind. The Qinkuan bags were sealed by Du Xiaofu, so the Dao artifacts and legalism were left behind automatically. Du Xiaofu did not stand on ceremony and kept them in his arms. However, his eyes were filled with doubt. He said softly, "The life-saving talisman can't take away Dharma artifacts and spiritual artifacts. Don't tell me you don't know that in the divine dominion, the life-saving talisman can save one's life. However, there is a price to pay. The life-saving talisman can allow the physical body and primordial spirit to reunite, but it cannot protect the treasures in the body. In order to protect the treasures, some people will put the treasures in the body into the Qinkuan bag. In case of danger, the life-saving talisman can protect the Qinkuan bag." Su Muxin came to Du Xiaofu's side. Under her long and curly eyelashes, there was a pair of clear eyes that were like morning dew. There was a faint charm to her, but there was a sense of dignity that made people not dare to violate her. So that's how it is. Du Xiaofu suddenly understood. Those bandits and legalism people that he killed seemed to be very cautious. They did not take any treasures with them. It was no wonder that he had gained so much from the Qinkuan bags. Not long ago, in the Deep Valley, there were many spiritual artifacts and Tao artifacts. They were left behind by the people that were killed by the lion's roar demonic beetle. It turned out that the life-saving talisman could only take away the Qinkuan bags, the body, and the primordial spirit. It could not take away the treasures inside the body. It was the price of registering in the divine domain. Du Xiaofu only realized now. "Don't talk too much next time. I said that some things are not to be mentioned again," Su Muxin said. She looked at Du Xiaofu with a bewitching and soul-stirring beauty. However, those clear eyes that were like morning dew quietly revealed a bit of nothingness and ethereality. "I was just thinking that I have to take responsibility," Du Xiaofu softly muttered. He knew that Su Muxin was warning him about the fact that she was his woman. He did not know why, but in front of this woman, Du Xiaofu felt a bit of fear. This kind of fear was like when he was young and saw a teacher who taught him how to read and a thief who had been caught. "What did you say?" Su Muxin stared at Du Xiaofu. "I said that you have some injuries on your body. I'll find a place to accompany you to heal first," Du Xiaofu said seriously. Su Muxin frowned slightly, but in the end, she did not say anything more. She glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, "Where's your life-saving talisman?" "I'm invincible. I don't need a life-saving talisman." Du Xiaofu was a little depressed. She had touched on his sore spot. It seemed that everyone had a life-saving talisman except for him. He was depressed. After hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Su Muxin rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and did not ask any more questions. On the Chenhuang mainland, disciples of the Hahuan school were sent out by the divine domain after landing. It's the people from the school of vertical and horizontal who are dealing with us. Some people are even working together to deal with the sect master. A disciple said to Ru Meng and Kuang Ru. Not good. The two territorial lords frowned, but there was nothing they could do. In the face of the strength of the school of vertical and horizontal, not to mention the mountain sect disciples, even they could not compare to the lineup of experts from the school of vertical and horizontal in the distance. Although many disciples of the Hahuan school had already been tempered by the divine thunder body, the two territorial lords knew that they were still far from being able to compete with their peers from the school of vertical and horizontal. Whoosh, whoosh! Many people were sent out by the life-saving talismans from the divine domain. Zhang Yunchuang, Su Haohui, and the other top young disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal were among them, attracting a lot of attention. Du Xiaofu has appeared. He has teamed up with Su Muxin from the Hahuan school. Under the questioning of the patriarchs of the school of vertical and horizontal, Su Haohui told them the truth. It's Du Xiaofu again. Many experts around smiled knowingly when they heard that. It seemed that the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism were working together to deal with people related to Du Xiaofu. In the end, the Demon King appeared and started a massacre. Dream and Wild Dream, who were standing far away, smiled when they heard this. bastard. Gong Sanhua, the patriarch of the school of vertical and horizontal, had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were burning with anger. As time passed, the divine domain had been open for several days. Countless living beings swarmed in, and the various forces were entrenched in one area. They slowly advanced in search of opportunities. There were disputes everywhere. People fought, and countless living beings were killed. Although most of the living beings had life-saving talismans, they could escape death once. However, there were some who did not have life-saving talismans and left behind corpses. Some even died with their souls destroyed. Rumble! Not long after, powerful demonic beasts and humans were fighting, and the sounds of killing were endless. In an ancient mountain range, a majestic cave abode appeared. It stood tall on the mountain range like a divine relic, simple and unadorned. The cave abode was even more majestic than the mountain. It was filled with an ancient aura, and the surroundings were misty with purple mist gushing out. That's the ruins of the ancient mountain gate. The surroundings were filled with exclamations as various forces fought over the treasures in the ruins of the ancient mountain gate. "How dare you touch my purple feather sect?" A middle-aged man shouted thunderously as he attacked, shaking the clouds. "Inferno beast, back off!" A ferocious bird flapped its wings, and strong winds swept out, shaking the void. All kinds of battles. Treasures collided, martial veins and beast souls fought, and energy erupted like a vast ocean, causing the world to boil. "Kill!" A group of people attacked, and a woman shouted in a clear voice. Her eyes seemed to be suffused with mist, and her face was as beautiful as an immortal's. The resplendent runes in front of her released a dazzling pressure. It was as if a bright moon had descended from the sky, causing the space to explode and the earth to rumble. At this moment, the woman held a treasured sword in her hand and broke through the void, causing it to surge and sweep in all directions. Nothing could stop her. She was Yi Zijin, and the treasured sword in her hand was the mysterious Radiance Void Sword. A tall and straight youth activated a mountain peak treasure. It emitted a majestic aura that shook and suppressed all directions. There were also young men and women with lightning intertwined all over their bodies. No one could stop them wherever they passed. These people swept through everything in their way and directly ascended the ancient cave abode. There was a huge plain where strong winds whistled and dark clouds gathered. In the depths, there was an astonishing energy fluctuation that resonated with the whole world. It rose and fell unsteadily, and time after time, spatial ripples spread out in the void. Fighting for the opportunity, that's the appearance of a treasure. Shouts and fighting shook the heavens. People were constantly being destroyed and disappeared in an instant. Roar! There were ferocious beasts roaring and birds shrieking. No one could stop them as they swept through everything. Roar! Suddenly, the cries of dragons and phoenixes rang out. Du Yunlong soared into the sky, and his body was shrouded in an illusory dragon shadow. Du Xiaoman brandished her long whip, and the cries of dragons and phoenixes rang out. The resplendent long whip, wrapped around the illusory images of dragons and phoenixes, filled the sky. The sound shook the void, and its power made the surrounding demonic beasts tremble in fear. Roar! A terrifying demonic beast appeared. It opened its bloody mouth, and its aura shook the heaven and earth. The runes on its body were resplendent, and when it opened its mouth, it swallowed a large number of creatures. It was terrifying. A vicious bird flapped its wings, causing a storm and tearing a large number of creatures apart. Chapter 1602. More and more experts appeared. Although they were all on the same level, there was still a huge difference in strength when compared to the real top experts. Some people were afraid. Seeing that countless people had died in the fight, they did not dare to take the risk anymore. Some people retreated and left the fight to find other opportunities. However, there were also people who were unwilling to leave because of their life-saving talismans. They wanted to continue fighting. Such fights were happening all over the divine dominion. Treasures were appearing everywhere. Relics of ancient experts were revealed, causing countless killings. The commotion in the divine dominion this time is much faster than before. In the Chunhuang mainland, some old ancestor-level experts sighed. Some of them had entered the divine dominion before and knew the situation inside. It's the last time it's open. There might be some changes in the divine dominion. Some old ancestor-level experts squinted their eyes as they pondered. Our famous dragon shadow and phoenix whip has appeared in the hands of the desolate nation. Our school of vertical and horizontal's barbarian war spear has also appeared in the hands of the desolate nation. Our school of Mo's Taihang Mountain has also appeared in the hands of the desolate nation. Our school of Confucianism's mystic radiance, void sword, has also fallen in the hands of the desolate nation. News kept coming out of the divine dominion. The treasures of the various families had appeared in the hands of the desolate nation. They were killing everywhere, and no one could stop them. When the old ancestors of the various families heard this, they looked at each other helplessly. Those were all taken away by Du Xiaofu. He had wiped away the imprint of his primordial spirit and handed them over to his own people. Those precious treasures were something that they could not bear to part with. In the vast mountains, mist rose. The energy of heaven and earth was dense. The surroundings were silent and peaceful. In the valley, Su Muxin sat cross-legged on an ancient, smooth rock. Her body was surrounded by light and runes. It was as if mist was lingering around her. Her eyes were closed. Even at this moment, she was still breathtaking. Sometimes she's cold and fierce. Otherwise, she's fine. Du Xiaofu muttered as he looked at Su Muxin. After a short while, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and opened many Qingquan bags with interest. He separated the spiritual medicines, Dao tools, magic tools, martial skills, refining materials, and so on. He occasionally stuffed the spiritual medicines into his mouth and chewed. As a result, Du Xiaofu's mouth was filled with multicolored light and energy fluctuations. He was in a great mood. After 2 to 4 hours, Du Xiaofu finally sorted out his recent gains and was very satisfied. He had already been in God's domain for several days. This place was incomparably vast, and the opportunities here were plentiful. He didn't know when he would be able to explore to the end, nor did he know how many opportunities there were. From the eyes of the giant bear skeleton, Du Xiaofu recalled that scene. That was a great calamity that devoured the ancient era. Those experts from the ancient era were unable to stop it. The god's domain was rumored to be left behind by the dragon god and the supreme expert who left behind the purple thunder profound cauldron. The god's domain was filled with treasures from the ancient era. However, the experts from the ancient era were unable to stop that great calamity. Could it be that obtaining these treasures and inheritances would be able to stop the great calamity that would sweep over again? Du Xiaofu had doubts in his heart. He began to ponder and ponder in his heart. Only by relying on oneself can one be a true expert. Obtaining inheritances is just walking the path of others. Du Xiaofu muttered softly, "Predecessors can give you guidance, allowing you to take fewer detours. However, if the predecessors did not reach the end of the path, would the descendants be able to surpass the predecessors if they were to walk it again? Treasures are ultimately external forces. True strength should be within oneself." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Treasures were powerful and could complement one's strength. It was like adding wings to a tiger. However, in the end, true strength should be within oneself and not treasures. One was the master, and treasures were auxiliary. If treasures were stronger than oneself, then it was definitely not the right path. Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, as if he was examining himself. He should continue to comprehend what he had comprehended in his life, like before. Even if he was in the god's domain, he should be tempering himself and making himself stronger. Rather than fighting for opportunities everywhere, he might as well calm down and improve himself. If he blindly searched for opportunities and fought for treasures for a long time, it would be enough to make him impatient and lose his clear mind. What I should be doing is to strengthen myself. Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly became resolute. His eyes glowed with a golden light and his gaze was sharp. Those life-saving talismans are very strange. Then Du Xiaofu thought of the life-saving talisman that he had been thinking about recently. That life-saving talisman contained many profound meanings. It was unfathomable and boundless. I don't believe that I can't comprehend it. Du Xiaofu's stubbornness flared up. Back then, he was able to comprehend the tyrannical fist way on the stone tablet in front of the Du family's door. He didn't believe that he couldn't comprehend this life-saving talisman. Du Xiaofu's comprehension had always been extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to this point. Just relying on the cultivation techniques of the golden-winged great rocks was definitely not enough for him to have his current achievements. Qi! Many runes appeared in Du Xiaofu's palm. They were filled with an ancient aura. He had comprehended them from the glorious path outside. At this moment, since he had to protect Su Muxin, Du Xiaofu devoted himself to comprehending the life-saving talisman. Time, space, vitality, primordial spirit, the ancient runes in his palm fluctuated, allowing Du Xiaofu to feel time, space, vitality, and primordial spirit. The life-saving talisman was related to many profound meanings. It was vast and profound. It's very vast. If I can comprehend it, I will definitely benefit a lot and make substantial progress. Du Xiaofu felt that if he could comprehend something from this strange, life-saving talisman, he would definitely be able to obtain many benefits. It would definitely be of great benefit to him at the Nirvana and Nirvana realm. Immersed in it, Du Xiaofu comprehended wholeheartedly. He put down his impetuousness, put down everything, and settled down everything that he had experienced over the years. Starting from the runes, Du Xiaofu slowly peeled them off and entered a vast and boundless world. Time, space, primordial spirit, vitality, and various profound meanings. A life-saving talisman seemed simple, but it was all-encompassing and boundless. Du Xiaofu was immersed in this kind of comprehension. It was as if the fight for opportunities in the divine domain had nothing to do with him. At this moment, if an outsider saw that Du Xiaofu had put aside the great opportunities in the divine domain and started to be interested in the life-saving talisman that no one cared about, they would probably think that he was crazy. If there was a great opportunity and he did not fight for it, but was interested in the life-saving talisman, then he was definitely stupid. It should be known that since ancient times, the divine domain had opened 8 times. There were also peerless geniuses who were interested in the life-saving talisman. However, no one had ever gotten anything and gave up in the end. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was comprehending. After calming down, he gradually entered the vast world and found that everything was wonderful. The life-saving talisman contained many profound meanings. If he could comprehend it thoroughly, his entire person would be sublimated and he might even be able to find his true self. Nirvana realm, was a Nirvana realm martial venerable or Nirvana spiritual talisman master. Those who could step into the martial venerable realm were actually not mediocre people. However, they were not outstanding enough. Only the top living beings in the world with the best talent could go deep into Nirvana realm and step into the Nirvana realm. As for the others, they stepped into the martial domain. The Nirvana realm and the martial domain realm were 2 different paths, although these 2 paths would lead to the same destination in the end. However, the profoundness and the benefits of the Nirvana realm far exceeded the martial domain realm. The Nirvana realm martial venerables went from Nirvana realm to Nirvana realm, and then to the true self realm. Everyone would find their own path to transform, moving heaven and earth, and finally transforming into the true self. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was comprehending the life-saving talisman. He was immersed in it and wanted to use it to find his true self. At that time, he would be able to take another step and transform again. However, That was a mysterious process that was difficult to describe. Even the predecessors could not say much. Everyone's path was different, and the true self that they found was also different. Walala! Ancient runes lingered in the void, as if they could merge with heaven and earth. They shrouded Du Xiaofu's body, making people look at him from afar and feel that he was very mysterious. Du Xiaofu threw away everything and forgot everything. His heart was calm as he immersed himself in it. It had been a long time since he was so focused on comprehending the profound meaning. Within the space of the God territory, there were opportunities everywhere. Treasures were being born everywhere. With Du Xiaofu's cultivation and strength, if he were to fight for them, there were not many people in the divine domain who could stop him. However, Du Xiaofu had abandoned everything to comprehend, putting aside the opportunities and treasures. This kind of perseverance and decisiveness was not something an ordinary person could possess. Time passed slowly. Su Muxin breathed and adjusted her breath, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth, and refining the elixir in her body. She recovered quickly, and her injuries were not too serious. Suddenly, cold air descended in the surrounding heaven and earth. In an instant, the surrounding void was covered with frost. The air became so cold that it made people's primordial spirits feel uncomfortable. When the frost appeared in the void, the misty light around Su Muxin, who was adjusting his breathing on the boulder, instantly retracted. Bright runes fluctuated in his clear eyes, and there was a trace of coldness on his face. He looked at the void and said, "Since you're here, don't hide anymore. Show yourself." Human sovereign spiritual root, martial path, and talisman path, dual cultivation. You're in the late stage of the martial domain realm, but your primordial spirit perception is really good. As Su Muxin's voice fell, the void fluctuated, and then there was an icy aura fluctuating. Swoosh, swoosh! 8 women in white dresses descended. They all looked to be in their mid-20s, and each of them was beautiful and graceful. Waves of shocking, icy aura quietly spread out. Behind the 8 beautiful women, a young man in a white battle robe walked out. The young man in the white battle robe was too handsome. He was like snow, and his skin was like jade. His eyes were black and white, and he was divine. Chapter 1603. Who are you? Su Muxin stood up when she sensed the powerful aura of the newcomer. She looked serious, but her face was cold. She was not angry. I didn't expect to meet such a girl by chance. My maids are short of an outstanding one. Whether it is talent, strength, or beauty, you are good enough. You will be the one. The young man in white looked at Su Muxin. His clear eyes were shining. He said, "My name is Lian Qingrong. You can call me master." The descendant of the great snow mountain, Xueling War Emperor, Lian Qingrong. Su Muxin's eyebrows trembled. That was a terrible name. It had disappeared thousands of years ago. She had accidentally learned it from some unofficial records of the Manchu. She did not expect that person to still exist in this world. I didn't expect that someone would know my name. It saves me a lot of time. I don't think I need to introduce you. You can surrender now. Lian Qingrong smiled. She could move all the women in the world. You think too much, Su Muxin said. She had a temper and character. How could she surrender to a maid? Runes flashed in her eyes. Her voice was sharp. You are a little arrogant. Just as I thought, you have a good talent. You have a little arrogance. Lian Qingrong was not angry. She still smiled gently. Then she waved to the 8 maids and said, "Take her." Whoosh, whoosh. As Lian Qingrong's voice fell, the 8 maids rushed out. 8 terrifying auras burst out. 8 icy auras filled the void. 8 attacks came from all directions. They immediately surrounded Su Muxin. They did not hold back. Boom! On Su Muxin's cold face, runes lingered in her eyes. Her figure disappeared like lightning. She stared at one of them. Instead of retreating, she moved forward. Her jade-like, hand pierced through the void like lightning. A claw print twisted the space and quickly grabbed a maid. The maid's eyes were calm. She was not ordinary. When the claw print was about to grab her, she clenched her jade-like hand into a fist. Ice runes covered it. She instantly punched the palm of the maid. Boom! Under this kind of collision, runes burst forth and the surrounding void split open. The two figures directly staggered backwards, but Sumushin clearly had the upper hand. Swish, swish! But at the same time, the other 7 maidservants had finished their attacks. Like the Big Dipper's 7 stars formation, 7 terrifying energies, faintly carrying profound mysteries, froze the void and crushed Sumushin. Sumushin condensed her hand seals in the face of such a vast freezing power. She used all her strength, and the power of her primordial spirit transformed into an invisible defense. Her footwork was profound, and she quickly escaped. The 7 maidservants were enveloped by the aura of the Big Dipper, but at this moment, Sumushin relied on her profound footwork and her comprehension of formations to break free one after another. This caused Lien Qingrong, who was not far away, to reveal an extraordinary splendor in her eyes. However, the 7 maidservants were very powerful, and none of them were vulgar. They surrounded Sumushin one after another, and the cold aura enveloped the void, affecting Sumushin quite a bit. Swish! The maidservant, who was the first to be suppressed by Sumushin, attacked again. Her pure white palm condensed into a hand seal, and an ice python emerged from the void with dazzling runes. Hiss, hiss! This ice python was like a living creature. The moment it appeared, there was a violent tremor in the void. It swept out like a bolt of white lightning, making a strange and terrifying hissing sound, and directly enveloped Sumushin. Sumushin felt it, and her eyes were slightly cold. She waved her sleeve, and the spiritual root transformed, blocking the ice python. Finally, a raging flame gushed out and destroyed the ice python. Ice trap! But at this moment, the 8 maidservants converged, forming a strange and profound angle. 8 waves of cold aura spread across the void between heaven and earth. Sumushin frowned slightly. The tip of her foot lightly tapped the void, and she rose into the void, but she could no longer escape. Walala! The spiritual fire on Sumushin's body burst out, and it surged out from her body, but it was difficult to dissolve the cold aura. The surroundings were gradually frozen, and her face turned pale. How dare you touch my woman? Get lost! Suddenly, a wave of rolling purple flames rose from the ground, burning the heavens and the earth. It transformed into a huge, purple flame, demonic phoenix. It was like a purple sun that blotted out the sky, and it appeared in an incomparably terrifying manner. Gee! The phantom of the purple flame demonic phoenix spread its wings, and monstrous energy swept out. Its eyes, which were like purple suns, looked down on the earth and shook half of the void. Under the blazing heat, huge cracks began to appear in the ancient mountain range. Ka! Under the sudden blazing aura, surging purple flames covered the sky and swept across the sky. It was like a purple sun erupting, capable of destroying everything. It carried with it a terrifying pressure of the heavens and the earth and directly destroyed the icy cold aura. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was unrivaled. Puff, 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 puff! The 8 maidservants spat out blood, and their delicate bodies were all knocked back. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with shock. The shadow of the purple flame demonic phoenix dissipated, and Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the air beside Sumushin. He was a little embarrassed and said, "Sorry, I was protecting you, but I lost my mind." Sumushin rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu, and then said to Du Xiaofu seriously, "The descendant of the great snow mountain, an ancient inheritance. It is said that he is in existence as ancient as the 9 great families. The snow spirit were Emperor Shuiqingrong. If I'm not wrong, he should have become famous 3,000 years ago, and he is a Nirvana Supreme. A Nirvana Supreme from 3,000 years ago. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu looked at the white-robed young man. Su Muxin was naturally talking about the white-robed man. Very strong. When Du Xiaofu looked at the white-robed man, his heart suddenly trembled. He could faintly feel a terrifying aura and sense of danger emanating from his body. A Nirvana Supreme from 3,000 years ago. With such talent, he should have broken through to an astonishing level long ago. How did he come in? Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched. He did not expect that in this world, besides the 9 great families, the dragons, and the phoenixes, there would be other inheritances that were as ancient as the 9 great families. In the space of the divine dominion, those who had reached the boundary realm or the nirvana realm could not break in. Could it be? Du Xiaofu thought of a possibility. The descendant of the great snow mountain, Lian Qingrong, had not broken through to the nirvana realm unless she suppressed her cultivation. Otherwise, with her talent as a nirvana supreme, she should have been able to surpass the nirvana realm in a few thousand years. So what if it's a few thousand years? You can't touch my woman. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched. No matter what, Lian Qingrong had not broken through to the nirvana realm. Moreover, she was suppressed in here. Du Xiaofu was still at the nirvana realm, so he had nothing to fear from the descendant of the great snow mountain. Even if the former's cultivation was not suppressed, with Du Xiaofu's character, he would definitely not be afraid of him. At this moment, Su Muxin secretly glared at Du Xiaofu. The way he kept saying, "my woman," made her feel an inexplicable fluctuation in her heart. She was also inexplicably angry, but she couldn't bring herself to be dignified in front of him. That feeling made her secretly puzzled and puzzled. "Kid, she's your woman. You don't seem to be worthy of her." Lian Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu with some displeasure in her calm eyes. It was as if someone had snatched away something she had set her eyes on. "Stay away from my woman. Otherwise, the great snow mountain will have no descendant." Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, his eyes shining with golden light. This guy actually had designs on his own woman. This was a taboo. After knowing what happened in the fantasy land, for Du Xiaofu, Su Muxin was naturally his woman. Although the woman looked cold and fierce and had not admitted it, it did not mean that she could not become Du Xiaofu's heart. "Little guy, although you have some skills, you provoked me. It seems that you don't have a life-saving talisman. Then destroy your cultivation and leave the space of the divine realm. I'll spare your life," Lian Qingrong said, as if it was a matter of course and did not allow anyone to refuse. "If you were a demonic beast, I would definitely barbecue you. Unfortunately, you're a human." This was Du Xiaofu's reply. At this moment, they were in the space of the divine realm. How could he be afraid of anyone? Lian Qingrong's expression changed. She frowned slightly. On her white battle robe, there were some runes that swept out. It was as if snow was falling from the void around her. Her whole body began to exude a strong aura. Her posture was peerless. "How dare you be so rude to the young master?" The 8 maidservants shouted and looked at Du Xiaofu. Their eyes were cold, but there was also a hint of fear. However, with Lian Qingrong, they were more confident. A few maidservants, unable to withstand a single blow. "If it were not for the fact that you're women, I would have killed you," Du Xiaofu said in a deep voice. His golden eyes were cold. You are indeed no match for him." A maidservant wanted to say something, but Lian Qingrong waved her sleeve to stop her. Then she looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "This is your choice. If you're willing to destroy your cultivation, I can do it for you. You're not qualified." Du Xiaofu was disdainful. The 9 great families were also not afraid. Naturally, they were not afraid of the successor of the great snow mountain. Arrogance requires capital. People nowadays obviously don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Lian Qingrong's eyes turned cold. She directly attacked. Her battle robe fluttered, and her figure was like lightning. In an instant, she rushed towards Du Xiaofu. "Qi, Runes flashed. An ice arrow condensed in Lien Qingrong's palm. It pierced through the void and froze the surrounding void. In an instant, it rushed towards Du Xiaofu's forehead. It was ruthless and fierce. This kind of attack also represented Lien Qingrong's character. Although she looked elegant, she was swift and decisive. She also carried an arrogant attitude. Even if it was someone from the 9 great families, Lien Qingrong did not care much about them, let alone a brat from the outside world. The ice arrow was obviously bone-chilling, but the ice runes were flickering like flames. It carried a terrifying aura. Judging from the level of the cracks that were pierced through the void, if an ordinary peak martial domain realm cultivator were to encounter this arrow, they would be killed in an instant.